Good afternoon, everybody. I'm back. Let's do some more coding today, and see what trouble we can get into. in so doing, welcome everybody. Welcome. Hope everyone's weekend is going well so far. I am doing pretty good right now. I don't want to jinx it. Doing better than I was last night, honestly. I seem to have found my cure-all, and that is hot coffee. That has been able to soothe me quite a bit here, which is very good. So last night we were working on the settings page. We're going to continue working on the settings page and other things. Before we jump in, as promised, I did receive a thing in the mail, which is my, I've been waiting for this for a few months now. From Analog is the name of the company, called Super NT, and it's an FPGA board basically, and it's all built into a case and everything else. And what they do is they do hardware emulation. And so what this is as you might have guessed, the Super Nintendo hardware emulated. Super Nintendo. Pull down the box here. See it a little bit better. So there's the top, really. And then here's the controller ports, and then the back for HDMI and power, USB-C power. Takes a regular cartridge up in the front here. It's got reset and power buttons and all those fun things. So more of a novelty thing, but I kind of like the idea of having a hardware emulation platform. The FPGA stuff fascinates me, and one of these days I will probably see if I can do a deep dive and see if I can try and figure out how it all comes together, because there's tools and stuff to make it work, and I don't have any hardware or anything that I could do, but I still kind of want to learn more about it. I've always, emulation for some reason, software emulation in particular, but emulation in general is something I've always been fascinated by, and it's something I kind of want to dig into again at some point. Probably on the software side, but I would love to see the hardware side of it too at some point. And nothing tremendous. It'd be more like me emulating a platform that's already been emulated for ages and ages. But it's just something that I would like to do at some point, just as a little fun experiment thingy. And maybe I would couple that with learning a new language or something. Maybe that would be my introduction to Rust or something like that. Maybe I'd combine the two things or something. Who knows? Something of that nature. I'd love to just kind of dig into it and see how it all works and how it all comes together and all those things. And get something that works. Many years ago, I did try to write an emulator in Java, and I got, all the 6502 commands emulated and all that stuff. But I had, what tripped me up was trying to get the video processing stuff to work, because I was using notes that other emulator authors had left out there about how all that, the graphics processing unit and all that stuff worked, and somehow I was just not doing it right. I was just, I was reading in the NES file, and it just wasn't, things just weren't working. properly. So that would be something that I would love to revisit at some point. And I don't have that code anymore, but I would love to like revisit it and try to see if I can figure out where I went awry and what happened there. Just for the fun of doing it, not because it's, you know, I'm not trying to make like a perfect emulator or anything like that. It's just one of those things that's just kind of a fun little nostalgia trip, a fun little thing to do. Maybe even do like, instead of NES stuff, maybe do like an Atari emulator kind of thing. So, because I know there's Stella out there, which is a very good Atari emulator. But you know, nothing to be competitive, just something to enjoy. You know, something to learn and all those things. But anyway, we have stuff to do. So I've got the bare bones of a settings page together last night, and now I gotta kind of figure out where we're going to go with it and what I'm going to do with it. Because I think the user settings themselves probably is going to be pretty small right now to start, because we don't have a whole lot of things to change. But it will set in motion the standards by which I'll be able to do other settings pages. Like I'll be able to use the format of this settings page for, say, the channel dashboard, and also how I'm going to lock certain things down so that they require you to re-log in. I think that's the more important thing that I want to try to get, is I want to try to figure out how can I force a user to re-log in on a particular page. And the answer might be like some, you know, like a temporary role or something like that. I'm not sure, but I want to see how to do that. And this is a good time to do that, because this is a nice small example of how to do it, so that when it comes time to do it for bigger examples, you know, I'll have the pattern established. So, first things first, we look at our user details and what we have here. So we've got, you know, display name, email, verifying your email, which I'll probably need to put a button here to make sure that you can do that. And that's it. The Gravatar ID is not something the user is going to be able to change. It's something that will change if they change their email, but it's not something they're going to be able to affect themselves. So there's that. And then also under identities, we've got your username and your password. We'll want to be able to have like a change password and everything. And I suppose I don't know if there's a reason to have a change username. In fact, that's probably not going to be a thing you can do. Like once you've set your username, that's it. But there might be a way to, and I don't know if I would give the user a way to deactivate themselves, because that seems not necessary. But they will be able to switch over to two-factor auth and register if they didn't originally register for it. And then I also have to make sure I haven't wired in the last attempt at login stuff. I should really get that wired in soon here, so that we know when your last logins were. And then maybe if I get some good progress here, we can maybe start to integrate some of the GeoIP stuff, and get, at the very least, I can get even without the GeoIP stuff, I can get I should trigger an email that says, hey, you've logged in, and then, you know, we've just detected a new login from blah blah blah, you know, at this time and date, that kind of thing, as a security precaution. So I can at least get that done, and then once we integrate the GeoIP stuff, then I can actually integrate with that email, like the geographic location and things like that. Won't necessarily be able to test that easily here because it's all going to be local host stuff, but I can at least wire it up and then, you know, maybe dummy up an IP address or something to give to it to make sure that it's, you know, showing different locations and whatnot. So that is the half of it at the moment. So let's go and look at our first of all, I want to look. So let's get our messages properties down here because I'm gonna be using that quite a bit here. But also move this down a little bit. I don't think I need this server. Well, okay, I can have the server running right now because we can do some things on the settings page, get it looking right. If I do this and then I log in, I say I'm user 2. And log in. Good. So we go to settings. All right, we're on the settings page. It does immediately get a scroll bar, which I'm not pleased about. We'll have to see if I can do something about that. I suspect I know why it's getting it, because this is technically like down below that, but maybe there's a way I can get it to not have that scroll bar unless it absolutely needs it. That would be nice. Let's see. So we got our settings page. So first of all, figure out what we want on the left-hand side. And I'm thinking, where's our stuff at? How many copies of XML do I have open? Quite a few. Let's close everything out here. And have just the messages properties open. Let's do user. Was it user or settings? The layout and settings navigation, and also user settings. Open those. All right, and I put this back down. There. Good. Okay. So I'm also wondering, the messages actually probably should go inside here. So I'm thinking this will actually come down here. They kind of stay within a smaller section. So let's see if that's made any. Okay, it hasn't made any visible difference there. That's fine. But let's. Well, I can't change. Well, I'll test that in a little bit with like an info block or something. So then on the navigation side of things, so what do we want the items? What do I want on each page? I guess the first page will be information, like user information. What would I call it? I guess I would call it information. Maybe. maybe. Or basic information, or I'm struggling for a good adjective to describe. This is going to be like your email, your display name, yeah. For now, I guess I'll just call it basic information. So we'll say settings, nav, text, basic info. Basic information, and then settings, nav, text. Not security, but I guess password. And settings, nav, text. If a would be two-factor authorization. I guess on the basic information, I could also do the send verification email right there. So it could be on that same page. We'll go with that for the moment. So here I will say each text this here, and then passwords. This would be page texts. Yeah, that for password, and then I want to change that to from FA users. Yeah, I want to change that to like a lock or something. Not awesome. Search 3, and let's have like a lock icon. A solid FA lock. Okay. FA lock to FAS FA lock. Okay. And then two-factor auth. The each texts. That, and what do I want to call that? I guess the key would do. FAS FA key. So FAS FA key. And we'll take this one off for now. Okay. See if that has picked up the right way. Okay. Not bad. Not bad at all. The weird thing about Final Awesome, though, is it looks like these are not lined up. Even though technically they are lined up, like some of the fonts are just kind of offset a little bit, and it just kind of looks like they're not lined up, which can be really freaking annoying sometimes. Like even like I think the kerning or something around the font is just off, because like you can see here, even the C is over a little bit when it shouldn't be. Like it should be lined up with the B and the 2, and it's just weird how that happens, because these are all set up exactly the same way. Margin end 3. Yeah, it's really strange because it's off-putting too when you look at it, because it looks like this is off, and it's technically not, but it visually is, and it really throws you for a loop a little bit. I guess what I could do is have the text be right aligned instead of left aligned. So if I do, let's see, text decoration none, decoration none. How I want to right align it. Right align text alignment. Maybe align items end, maybe. Oh, I got align items center. Yeah, maybe that's what's making it look off. Do align items end. Or even start, I guess. But let's do it end looks like. About align items start. Not really helping anything too much. I wonder if I can do maybe the justify. Align content. Start and center between around or stretch. Start and center. Oh, okay. No, that's so. Yeah, it's gotta be justify. Align content center. And then there's gotta be justify. Justify content start. Yeah, that's what's going on. Okay. So where are we at? Line items. Center. Justify content start. do that. And let's see if that makes it look a little bit better. Not really. Well, Justify Start probably is the default. What is Justify content evenly? Maybe? It looks good for the basic information and to change password, but not for longer things. Okay, so what if I do by content and yeah, see, it's pulling the icons over, which is not really what I want. I mean, if I want what I want, I probably have to divorce the icons from the thing. Like, do the icons in a, like, put a class on the icon itself. I can try Justify Content Between too. Let's see, let's do it actually on the browser though. Say, look at the actual Flexbox. And let's do why not change it? Green. Nope, that's not it. Okay, there. Looking better there. Yeah, Between is looking better. Because the icons stay lined up and the text stays relatively lined up. Alright, so Justify Content Between. There we go. That's better. I would say that. All the icons stay together. Text stays together, relatively speaking. Okay. So this will be the basic information page. So on here, settings. So here I'm going to want a form. With some fields. So I could copy. Let me copy from the registration page a little bit. Make life a little bit easier on myself. And I can pull, let's pull it all the way down to here for the, you know what, I'll pull it all the way down. Bring it all the way down, and we'll just get rid of what I don't need, which is most of that. No. Okay, so action here would be settings. Probably update basic, I guess. Teach object user model, maybe. So username is not going to be on here. We're not going to do username or password on this page. Get those. Display name going to be here. Email. And two-factor auth is not going to be on this page. There's not going to be a CAPTCHA on here either. I have email there, and then I need to put a button to say resend email validation. I like to put it let me just do another div, I guess. The button in there. Class is, whoops, button primary. Or maybe I should make that button secondary. And each text would be settings, button, resend, validation, say, settings, button, resend email validation, or resend validation email. And it will just be button.save here. That. And what else do we get? Next email. Email error. Field says error email. Valid. Next display name. Those are all okay. Alright, good. So this would be, now I need to make the update basic endpoint. See what this looks like. Try that again. My name, okay, so where is everything? Where has everything gone? It's having an error here. What's the parsing error? A binary result nor plain target object for bname user model available. Oh, okay. So it's just, it doesn't like the fact that I didn't update the backend to have user model there yet. That's fine. Okay. All right. Let's do that right now. And actually, it's going to be user model. I guess it'll be user model will be the name of it. It's just going to be a different, a different model object.
The goal of practice is always to
They only need some of the validations from the other one, not all of them.
For a while, you will keep your beginner's mind.
So,
But if you continue to practice,
which begs the question: where do I'm going to have to put those
improve some, you're liable to
validations in a
lose meaning of the
shared area, probably. Maybe.
In the beginner's mind, there is no thought, I have attained something. All self-centered thoughts limit our vast mind. When we have no
Yeah, I
thought of
think.
achievement,
Yeah, we're gonna have to move those around.
self,
So, user registration model validator. Display name. The other thing too is I'm not checking to see if anybody else has the same display name, right? Do I have a unique thing on that? I do. I do have a unique constraint on display name. I'm not actually checking to see if it's used or not. That's probably something else I should check. I guess I will create a validation util here somewhere. New class. Validation hill is finish. Let's make this that class. Or sorry, let's make the whole thing. The whole thing will be just static method. So I'm gonna do private validation details. Make the constructor private. You can't make an instance of it. And then say public. I want to do this. Public boolean is display name valid. String display name. And then over here, grab this stuff. Now, actually, I don't need all of this. I only need the if and the constants that go with it. If it's blank, it's false. No, that's returning true. Is display name invalid? Let's try that. Is display name invalid? So if it's blank, that's true. Not a valid display name. Grab this. Wait, I need to, right? Oops. That goes up here. And this can actually be, both of these could be public. They could be used elsewhere if needed. Do that. The problem is that I don't have a. Since this isn't a bean, I won't be able to call to the back end. Unless I pass it a reference. Kind of sucks to have to pass a reference. But it's yeah, we'll pass it a reference. So I need to pass it a reference to the CAO, right? So user details, as it user details service. details DAO. Now I can say or down here. Let's go in here though. Right. So yeah, I actually have a method say is display name taken. So I can just already link right into that. Or user details that is display name taken. There. That. I just say is display name invalid. Static. Okay. Public static boolean is email invalid. Bring email. And then we go here. And next email. Email validator. Because I could pull this email validator out and put it into the other thing, which is even better. Pull this out here. Put up here. And then take that. Now just place all these with email. 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 Right there, and over here, grab the max email length. Boom. Boom. Make that public. Because I want to use it for on the front end or something. And I'm not using it right now. And we'll do private static email validator. There we go. That should work. For those. All right. All right. Down here, rid of one of these empty lines. I need to grab a private user details. Yeah, user details. Yeah. That. Here we just get rid of all of this stuff. And we say validation details that is display name invalid. Boom and boom. And down here. Validation utils is email invalid target get email. All right. So we've centralized those. The point. Actually, I can move this check CAPTCHA there too. Because that would make sense to be in there too. CAPTCHA answer request. Yeah, let me just move this whole method out there. I guess it's really a really be like more of a is CAPTCHA invalid kind of thing, kind of deal. Like static boolean is CAPTCHA invalid. Pass the CAPTCHA service in now. CAPTCHA service return not or not. Verify audio CAPTCHA, verify image CAPTCHA, and also bring utils is blank. Answer, so if it's blank or it's not a valid image or it's not a valid actually that should be or and then and. So or it's not both of these. Yeah, that's good. Saying it's got to be both an invalid image and an invalid audio CAPTCHA for that to be true, and then this is invalid. That comes back that way, or if it's just the answer is just blank, then it's immediately invalid. We have that hex CAPTCHA service. So here we just say now utils CAPTCHA invalid request target get CAPTCHA answer CAPTCHA service. Hey, ZeroFX, welcome. How are you doing? Like the skies just opened. Raining like a crazy out there. Alright, so I got that. Tired? Yeah, no, I hear you. I've been pretty good. I'm having some dental issues. So I've been experiencing some pain here and there, but today has been a good day so far. So that's been good. I mean, and to be fair, I've been experiencing dental issues for like 2 years, but it's just like just the day before yesterday that it like started to, it hit me right before bed, and then I like struggled to sleep and all that stuff. So I was like, yeah, I think it's about time I went and saw a professional. So yeah, I'm gonna be working on that over the next month or so. Trying to get that all squared away. It's a weird situation because there's a lot of I find that doctors make a lot of assumptions about things. And one of those is that you have people around you that can take care of you. So it's like I was looking at the website of the ortho surgeon, and they're like, yeah, we want, you have to come with someone has to sit in the office with you, and because you're going through you're gonna get knocked out and all that stuff, and they have to, you can't drive a car, they have to take care of you, they have to take you out, we're going to give them instructions on all this stuff. And I'm like, well, that's well and good, but how does that work when you don't have that? or when it doesn't become when it's a harder proposition than just a, like, I'm lucky enough that my family, I mean, they live far away, but they're not so far away that it's impossible for them to help out, which is good. But man, it's one of those things where it's like, how do they not, like how does anything work when you're just like single and unattached in this world? Because it feels like the world is not set up for that for that scenario. You know what I mean? Like, oh, you just have friends come and do it. It's like, well, yeah, but I work from home, so I don't really have friends. Like, okay, now what? But I'm working it out. It'll be fine. It will be fine. Anyway, other than that, doing really well. Not a bad day. Despite the rain, and just kind of chilling and having some programming, doing some programming and stuff. So I'm enjoying the heck out of. I'm playing Dragon Quest XI during the week on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. And I've been enjoying the heck out of that. I'm really liking that game. It's funny, like it has so many things that it shares with like the older Dragon Quest games. I guess they just kind of constantly pull those forward as they go, and it's just great. It's great hearing all the old songs, but like updated, the symphonic version and all that stuff. So that's been a lot of fun. And I'm just kind of waiting for I'm waiting for Baldur's Gate 3 and Starfield, really. At this point, I want to dive into Diablo, but I'm not going to have enough time to do that and then switch gears. I'm not going to have enough time to finish that and then be able to switch gears to like Baldur's Gate 3 and all that stuff. So we'll see how that all shakes out. But I know one thing's for sure. I know I'm probably not gonna finish Baldur's Gate 3. I don't have that much, going to be probably a 100-hour game to finish, and trying to do that in less than a month is not gonna work. But I am definitely going to mainline Starfield when it comes out, because I'm really excited for that. I really want to see how it goes. I know it's going to be probably janky as hell and broken as hell, but I want to jump into it. I've been wanting to jump back into Star Citizen for a while, and that's been kind of iffy as of late. I mean, even more so than usual. Starfield seems like the single player version of it that I just kind of want, single player version of it that's been, more optimized for what you would expect, not, all that stuff. So I'm really waiting to see and hoping beyond hope that's good. That's a good one. I'm wondering if I should bring the username and the password over. I think I should. Yeah. I didn't put a complexity limit on the password stuff. I should probably have something like that. But it would be nice if I centralized those too. Yeah, you know what? Let's bring these over. I don't need them right now, but they'll be nice to have. We'll grab that. Relation utils. Public static boolean is username invalid. Username and username name, and then I also want to bring in the DAO for that too. Bring these over in here. I think it makes sense to have these just all centralized. Make that public and public. And where's my, I want a user, the username needs to be unique. So is that in authentication? Do you know? Yes, check username exists. So over here, I want a authentication DAO, auth DAO is blank, not is valid username, or auth DAO dot check username exists, which returns true if the count is greater than 0, right? So I'll do that. Over here, say if Station utils. Username invalid. Username and then off DAO. Bam, and then I did a separate check username exists here. Which actually makes sense because this says that the username exists, but I'm wondering if I want to I guess I can let me see. What I'll do this. Say is username invalid. And then we'll say public static boolean is username taken. Username authentication DAO off DAO. Alright, and then say public static boolean is username taken or invalid. Turn is username invalid, or is username taken. So then for this one, do that. Is username taken. There we go. I guess I could do the same thing here with this. Is display name invalid? Static boolean is display name taken. Grab that. Static boolean is play name beacon or invalid. Is name valid? Doesn't need details DIO
But it's not
anymore.
a thing about making it accurate. It's a thing about making it feel right.
Or is split name taken there? Good. Save that. Over here. That, and then down here we'll say if validation utils is name taken, errors reject the value, play name, and then it's
Take out, if it's an accident that's an error that feels good,
this
then you leave
here.
it. You know, you want those.
Very good. And then just the password then. Grab that.
It's not a thing
Static
about making
boolean is password invalid.
it's about making it feel right.
Password. Password. And I do want to add like a complexity check here.
But it's not a thing about making it accurate.
Maybe. I mean, we could probably add that now. If I could find something.
It's not about getting all the errors out. It's about getting it to feel right.
Those out there. Put those up here. And I'll make those public because I think they're fine. Have this public. Down here with the utils is password invalid. Password. Okay. So I wonder, I think there's a Java password complexity check.
You know, take out, if it's an accident that's an error that feels good, then you leave it in. You know, you want those.
I think this is the one that I've used before. NBVCXC maybe? Java library, which is heavily inspired by work of ZX. Yeah, ZXCVBN is something I've used. But I think this is JavaScript. ZXCVBN. Yeah, and then it's got all kinds of variants for different things, and then NBVZXZ is the Java variant. Okay. Because I've used ZXCVBN on web pages to give like a feedback meter, be like, you know, make your password better, kind of thing. So new methods, differentiating features, create passwords, simple, generate passphrase password. Their match generation algorithm, entropy combination of the matches. Matching has the ability to use elevation distance calculations. Okay. Up in the goal, additional features which have improved accuracy are the main causes for differences. Elevation distance, make sure both implementations use the same dictionaries. Disable separate match types. This phrase and accuracy storing them if we this matches is different between them. It's likely to produce slightly different results. Okay. Their next big web application. Users don't choose an easily guessable passwords. An arbitrary policy must have an 8-character minimum and contain uppercase, lowercase numbers, and special characters. Password. Lowercase alphanumeric. Uppercase or special characters unless the policy fails. Back to password 1 is likely to be correct quite easily. Passwords on top, yeah, blah 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 blah. Like toggle case, yeah. Susceptible to a brute force attack. Sure. Import it as a library, right? Figure and create objects. Or language tag. Applies all times text to French. Configuration. Custom exclusion dictionary and minimum entropy. Time to crack off. Time to crack formatted. Minimum entropy met. Passphrase, password generators part. Very easy to use. Passphrase. Generate passphrase. Oh, interesting. And they have a generate random password too. Which might be an interesting thing to have. Applications using it keep pass the X. Password. Okay. It's got MIT license. Alright, this works for me, I think. Minimum entropy saying 40 days. Okay. This is way better than saying like they said, it's better than saying like, well, your password requires 1 capital letter, 1 lowercase letter, 1 special character, and all that stuff. All I really care about is that it would take weeks for a hacker to crack it. So I don't care if it's all lowercase or whatever. If you do it in such a way that it just plain works, has enough entropy, then that works for me. So let's go see if we can bring this puppy down. And it's me go simple 151. Is that the latest? So it is on January 29th. So it's up to date too. Cool. All right, copy that. And we'll open our POM file. And down here before the test dependencies. Go this out of here so I can easily change version as needed. NBVCXZ. NBVCXZ version. There we go. Boom. Okay. Pull that in. Yeah. Update here. Even update. Geez, the sun's now out again. It poured and now the sun's back out. The weather is funny. Oh, very good. Very good agua. Okay. I have that in there, so I'd like to integrate that right now because we're here. We might as well do it. Static boolean is password not complex enough. And how do I want to pull this in here? I think I'm just going to leave it as English. I don't know if that would matter all that much. I mean, I get that they're going to look at different dictionaries, I guess, but I'm just going to leave it as English default here. And with all defaults, just do that. Otherwise, you can set the configuration. Create our configuration object and set the locale. Configuration builder. Configuration. But what is, okay, so that's where I have to set the entropy. All right, ND. See how we can do here. Private static. Complexity checker. New NV. New config. configuration. Builder dot max. Use to limit total password length to run estimation. All information will be available in the result. The password was longer than max length. Should match the exact length of your algorithm. Is limited to 72 for most bcrypt implementations. If you arbitrarily limit the input for passwords, ensure the passed-in value is either already truncated to the correct length or this value is at the same length you will truncate to. So I will set that to password length. That's back to faster. Okay, set cracking hardware cost. That's the cost of cracking hardware to scale the guesses. Second for default guess types. Not have any effect if you manually specify the guess type. Distance calc. Spelling. Distance. Leak cable. Minimum entropy. To check if it's secure enough. Set minimum entropy seconds to crack. It's a minimum entropy based on a time to crack at a specific guess type. Specifying a cracking hardware cost, you set that prior to calling this. Okay. Password matcher. Associate password. Register them. Year patterns. I used to look for years within a password. I could leave all that to the default, and I think the only thing I want to do is set the minimum entropy. Use to check if the password is secure enough and give feedback if not. It's a double. So I'm wondering what is the... I think they had like 40? But I don't know what that translates to. What does the entropy translate to here? Matching. Configuration builder. Year strong start. Offline. Cost multiplier. So cracking hardware cost about half up. Okay, how long attack would it take using guesses per second? Type of guess and the value is how many guesses per second. Dictionaries. Minimum entropy. Just sets it. So then where does that go? Goes into configuration. I wonder here. Hello, Undeclared. Welcome and thanks for the thank you for the follow. How are you doing? What is this? You're good? That's great. Awesome. I don't know what the entropy values are. Virgin dictionaries, too high score. Minimum entropy. So what am I coding? Oh, I am I'm making a streaming service just for fun. Similar to like a Twitch or a Kick or one of those. Very early stages right now, getting like the initial user creation done and settings and all that fun stuff. Working on the settings page right now. And while I'm in here, I'm actually trying to get like some utilities to check to make sure users are using good passwords and things like that. So, yep, doing all that right now. It's all open source. It's out on GitHub, so anyone is welcome to check it out if they want to. I made an app myself. I want to recommend if you're serious about it to start creating a community around it now, get some marketing done a bit. Yeah, I don't have any plans to take this to market per se. Because I'm really just a code monkey, and all the marketing and business stuff is kind of lost on me. What I'm hoping to do is get this to a point where it's viable, feasible, all those things. I have it out there as open source, and then just if someone else wants to come by and run with it, then I'll help them out however I can technically. But other than that, I'm just I'm not necessarily trying to get it out there, because one of the big problems right now, especially with the streaming services, is figuring out how to get users to switch, how to get viewers over. Like, streamers are pretty, especially smaller streamers, are pretty flexible and like to check out new things. But trying to get the viewers over there is the hard part, and that's something I don't think anyone has quite figured out yet. Kick has its own way of doing it, which, for better or for worse, we'll see how it works out. Mixer tried some things. DLive tried some things. It's one of those things where before I would ever consider going public with something like this, I would need someone who has an idea, a crazy idea of how to actually make something, like get users to like try something new. You know what I mean? Just need more hot tubs, obviously. Obviously, I mean, we all know what sells. Yeah, need more hot tubs. We need the hot tubs front and center, I guess, and hot tubs. It's funny. I was there. Some Twitter thread was going on, and there was how we're getting all those bots that are like replying to Twitter things with their own like check out our product. It's a random thing, random reply. It's not, it has nothing to do with the original tweet. And one of them was there's apparently something coming out on Steam, that is like a 3D streamer background generator majigger. That's not just for like VTubers, but also for like, it also takes your webcam as input. So like, if you wanted to say like have a be right back screen or something like that, you could have it virtually, like you can have a virtual background behind your webcam, and then it would kind of pull out and then say like, you know, full screen pull out from where you're at. Like you could put yourself behind a desk or something and then pan over and have like, you know, the text like be right back or something like that. Which was an interesting idea. And I was thinking about it, I was like, I wonder if that would work on a streamer scale. You know what I mean? Like if you went to a streaming site and you're like, I just want to fly in through, you know, all the streamers' channels were like buildings, and you're like, I want to fly in and look at this stream, or I'm going to fly into this other window over here and look at this other stream. It's just crazy enough that it might be novel. But who knows? It'd be like, we'd call the site Rear Window or something, you know what I mean? It's just you just came out with an amazing product. You can't get enough people on easily. Went free until next year. Just get people on it and spend some money on marketing. Yeah, no, I hear you. It's a thing, man. It's I was helping out with just keep it light and fun. Yeah, exactly. I was helping out with a site called Glimish that just recently shut down. That was a streaming site. And I mean, that was their biggest problem, one of their biggest problems was just they could get streamers, but they could not get two things. They could not get streamers who were dedicated to the platform, or at least they could not keep them dedicated to the platform. And two, they couldn't get viewers over there to switch. And there's numerous failings that caused a lot of that, but it's the big problem is like, how do you get people, like a lot of people are just adverse to change. They don't want to change. Like we see that now with the social media stuff, with the Twitters and threads and all that stuff. Like you can get people to kind of sign up and like dip their toe in, but then how do you get them to stay? Right? Like, you know, Flemish had like 60,000 people sign up, but then no one stayed around to do anything. You know, and I know I tend to, like, I mean, I made a thing on Threads just so that no one else would take my username in case it does become a thing. But like, and I'm sure a lot of people are in the same boat as me. They're like, well, we'll make an account on here so no one else takes it, but not going to use it until I gotta use it, you know? The main problem was the staffing overhead there. It's not difficult to get viewers, it's keeping them there. No browser part yet, really. Yeah. Yeah, it's yeah. I think that was, there's a lot of different, I think, things that were not sufficiently tackled, that led to some of that. But it's, you know, I see much the same thing in other things too. I mean, there's a lot of alternatives out there that people just don't know about, you know? Like I upload videos to DTube, which is, you know, just because YouTube is such a pain in the ass sometimes. And I upload to Odyssey, and Odyssey has some live streaming, but nobody really uses it. And then, you know, DLive is out there, but nobody really uses it. It's still there, but it's like, you know, just kind of a thing. And a lot of this stuff is I guess, tied up in the cryptocurrency and all that stuff, and that kind of turns a lot of people off. I know it turns me off, even though I still try them out, you know. Some people are meant for business and some aren't, as simple as that. It's true. It's true. You know, I'm the first to admit I'm a code monkey through and through. I'm not a spreadsheet monkey. I'm not a hashtag monkey. I'm not a suit monkey. You know, I just write code. You know, so all those other variations are needed. You know, I'm just not cut from that cloth that can handle some of that stuff. I mean, sure, I could muddle my way through, but I'm not gonna be as successful as someone else who understands that stuff better, you know. And that's it is what it is, you know. And so given that world, I'm kind of in this spot where I'm like, I want to contribute something to streaming, and the only way I can do it is to just throw some code out there to the wind and see if someone's intrigued enough to roll with it, you know. But I'm gonna make sure, I'm gonna treat it like it's a real thing. I'm gonna focus on security. I'm gonna try to make it hardened as much as I can. I'm not a white hat hacker by any stretch of the imagination, so I'll do my best. And just try and give it the features I think are good, and maybe somewhere along the way I'll figure something out that no one else has done. I doubt it, but you know, who knows? Stranger things have happened. And then see what happens, you know? That's why I had to find a business partner. Yeah. I mean, I'd be in the same boat. I'd be like, I need to find someone who can do that stuff. You know, you gotta find the cheerleader, right? You know, someone who can actually do all the schmoozing and all the presentations and, you know, all that stuff. Yeah, I'm not really that person. I can do it if I can. You know, I can give a presentation if needed, but I'm not the what's the word I'm looking for? I'm not the charismatic personality that's needed to really get things going, you know? Not the guy they call to get it sold. Exactly. I'm the guy they call to answer the questions that the clients have, not the one to actually sell them on it. You know what I mean? Because I'm just as likely to tell a client, why are you looking at us? We don't do anything you need to do, than I am to sell them something they don't need, you know? I'm too honest at times. I'll be like, well, it sounds to me like, I mean, the things you want to do, we don't do, and it sounds to me like you need something else besides what our product. There's far too many salespeople who won't do that. I feel the same undeclared. I really do. But I've worked for a lot of different companies, and what happens is every single one of those companies, they say they have a core product, but then as soon as a client wants something, it's like, oh yeah, no, we're going to pivot and we're going to do this for this client because this is a big client and we want their name on our, you know, on our props page, you know. We want a shout out from them in the press, you know. And so you end up writing this core product based on the principles of, you know, the people who are in the know. And then a client comes along and says, but what if your product did something completely different than what you had intended for it to do? and suddenly you're now pivoting. You're now trying to bring in this other you're trying to shoehorn this other function in there, and depending on how far out in left field it is, it can sometimes work, and it gets the client in, and then you realize it's okay. I mean, it opened up the door, and now we have other possibilities coming in. You know, we have other hits that we wouldn't have had access to in the first place. So while I agree on principle that I don't like it when salespeople sell something that isn't a fit for a particular client, I also can't argue sometimes that they actually strike gold sometimes, you know? And that is why you modularize your projects, because then you can upsell modules. Yeah, exactly, Zero. As long as you charge them a lot, yeah, that too. Well, that was always the running gag, right? It was like, I worked for a company, an insurance company. Well, a software company that was writing insurance software, I should say. And we were doing mostly life insurance and annuities. And there was a client, I can't remember, there was some other segment, I can't really remember what it was years and years ago, that they wanted, that this other client was like the master in. They were like the top dog in this other insurance segment. And we're like, well, you know, our system's not really designed necessarily for it. I mean, we could try to apply some of the core design to it, but it's not really necessarily the same workflow. And they're like, but, you know, let's try it. Damn torpedoes, we're going to try this. And, you know, we ended up putting together a demo for them, and it worked out pretty well. I don't know if they ultimately signed. I don't remember offhand. But, you know, we were able to kind of knock something together that actually worked halfway decent and still utilized all the same kind of workflow that we had, even though it was sort of shoehorning it in a bit. And, you know, even if we didn't sign with them, it put our name out there. And suddenly we were now being hit up by other companies that were actually a better fit for what we were trying to do. So it's like, it's kind of one of those things where it's like, you know, sometimes you swing for the fences and you miss, but sometimes the fact that you gave it your all is enough to get you kind of noticed. So you know, and that was always the running gag too, was like, whenever a client would ask for something custom, we'd be like, all right, how much are you charging them for this? Are you charging them for this? Let me know if you're charging them for this. We used to throw that back at the business people all the time. We're like, all right, they want this custom. I hope you're charging them a lot for it. Like, yes, we've got the statement of work. We've got it, you know, we've got it signed. You know, they're gonna pay us. Like, okay, as long as you got that statement of work in your hand. As long as you got the signatures. Although that particular job, we also did like on-site stuff too. So we did like partial consulting as well, where we would go on site and do like integrations on site, because we weren't SaaS necessarily. We weren't like, we were SaaS, but we were on-premise SaaS, because insurance companies are very, at least at that point in time, were very adverse to having their stuff in the cloud. I don't know if it's still the case now, but I know back then it was, they really didn't like their stuff in the cloud, so we had to do a lot of on-premise stuff. And so while we were doing on-premise stuff, we would do some customizations that were just for them, because they're the only ones in the database. You know, technically it was a multi-tenant database, but we never had multiple tenants. It was always on premise. So, and they loved their IBM stuff. So we had to make sure that, we worked with that. And the check clears, yeah. I know there's compliance for health places, and that's super, super strict. Security based because they hold so much secure data. Yeah, it's there's a lot of SOX compliance stuff they were worried about. And some of it does go into like, who's holding the badge, like how many people have access to the server room, and is there redundancies in place and everything else. And the same issue the company you're at with. Yeah, exactly. It's there's a lot of as good as those laws are for consumer protection, they're also very vague. And so you end up getting into companies that interpret them in vastly different ways. Some companies are like, yeah, no, we're SOX compliant even though we're in the cloud because, look at all these, we know who has access to this and who doesn't. Oh, we're SOX compliant because we're co-located because, we know who has access to the data center. And then there's others who are just like, no, this has to be, especially overseas. Like there's certain ones that are like, no, our data must not leave the borders of our country. You must put a server in our country and meet all these things, and you must not be able to access it from outside and all that stuff, So yeah. You just got done dealing with annual compliance a couple of weeks ago. Yeah. Yeah, we have where I'm at now, we get like every couple months we have a security scan, a software security scan, like scanners run, and then we have to try to mitigate anything that comes out of that. And then there's some hardware. We do some pen testing, and then I think there's like a whole other hardware group that does its own penetration testing on the operating system itself and hardware itself without our app running, and making sure we're all patched and all that stuff at the operating system level. Yeah, there's a lot that goes into that. It's funny, we there's some pen testers that were testing an app that I was working on, and the app that I was working on was so secure we actually broke their testing software. Because what would happen is they would test to see if they could get like 404 errors. Like they would test like URLs to see if they would try to not 404 errors, but they would try to send you parameters in a form that you maybe don't accept, and try to send all these different parameters to see what would happen. And they had their software all set up to do it, and it would go to all the different pages. It would go, do a deep dive into your page, into your menus and all that stuff. And what happened was, we had it set up to where like the app would not only reject bad form parameters, but it would log you out entirely. Right? So we ended up breaking their software package because it would try to do that, and then it would log it out entirely, and it would break the entire workflow of their software package because they weren't expected to get completely logged out as part of the security measures. So, and they were not pleased at our solution. I was like, you know what? Because our thought process was, if we're getting random things in a form that we're not expecting, then someone's doing something weird, So just log them the hell out and stop them from doing anything more and make it really difficult on them. And yeah, we ended up breaking their tool in the process, which is hilarious. Joined a company for a huge salary some time ago, and their security was so strict, bureaucracy so crap, I got paid for 3 weeks doing nothing because I couldn't get all access right away. Oh, undeclared, I'm fighting that right now at my current job. Like, it was like it's just the last year or two that they've started to really get crazy. Like, they're locking down the company laptops to the point where, like, we can't get admin access. And I'm like, you realize that we're programmers, right? And we're power users by definition. We kind of need admin access because all our tools and stuff have to update. If we're doing Android stuff, we need to run virtualization stuff, which means we need to get into the BIOS and turn on the Intel virtualization things. And, like, this is not, you can't lock these things down. We need to be able, I need to be able to change environment variables, and you've locked that down to where I can't do that. I'm like, this is part of the job. And it's like, I can't be contacting an IT person every time I need to change one of these things, because I change them very often. And I don't know, and there's no pattern to when I change it. It's when I have to do it, So yeah, we're fighting that battle now. It's the last few years, people have just gotten crazy. We're just like, we're going to lock everything down. I'm like, but we got to do our jobs, right? Put a ticket in, we'll be with you. Yeah, I mean, that's, well, it's even worse than that, Zero. It's like put a ticket in, and not only will they get to us, but then they have to sit there and watch us while we're doing whatever we're doing. You know what I mean? Which is even worse, because what they do is they'll log in, and then I'll start to do whatever I need to do, and then they have to type their password in to give you temporary admin access. And then I got to do whatever I got to do, and then I got to do the next thing I got to do, and then all the while they're just sitting there watching, waiting for the thing to come up where they have to type their password back in again. It's like, what the hell are you guys doing? In fact, it boggles the mind. I'm like, just set up the network properly and you'll be fine. You have every system locked the hell down. Yeah. No, and I get it, and I'm all for locking the systems down, but there has to be an understanding at some point that if you're a software development company, your software developers have to have elevated access. It's just, and now whether you log that access and you make it said, there's extra logging in place or whatever, awesome. Knock your socks off. But like, it's necessary. It's just necessary to do the job. The same tools that the hackers are using to hack into your system are the tools that we use to write code to make the business run. It's like, that's just the way it is, I do think it should require a password login and username, and maybe have some password policy. Should be running their code base within VM. So, yes, that was something proposed, and I was like, first of all, you're not giving us hardware that's good enough to run a VM. It's hard enough to get them to, like, I literally asked them for maxed out memory. I'm like, whatever you give me, max out the memory in it, because that's the most important thing. And they couldn't even do that, right? So that was it's crazy. It's crazy. And you know, I've even said like, hey, why don't you just let us work in Linux, and then you don't have to worry about anything. We don't need. You can just give us sudo in Linux, and then you don't have to worry about it. Whenever we need to run something as admin, we could just sudo and do it, and it's all logged, and you don't have to worry about it. But I don't know. It's just. But then we can't manage you under, you know, Exchange. I'm like, Microsoft 365 doesn't work then. I'm like, what can I tell you? You went to a great company, got a day one laptop with 40 gigs of RAM, processor with 12 cores, admin access, already good flavor of Linux with everything installed. There you go. There you go. I mean, that's something. I mean, as much as I hate Macs, I might even take a Mac for, you know, for the day job. Yeah, I hate them. I hate them with a fiery passion of 1,000 suns. But if it eliminates the BS of trying to request admin access every time you need to do one little thing, then I'd begrudgingly accept it, you know? It really depends on the kind of software your company is developing. In my experience, web devs, for instance, rarely need admin. Update your app for Mac, so much work to do. Yeah. Call web devs software devs is an insult. Ooh. Ooh. The fangs are out. Oof. No, it's I agree to an extent if you're just doing web development. It really depends on how deeply the web dev goes, right? So if your web devs are doing, say, just HTML, CSS, JavaScript, then yeah, they could probably get away without having admin access. But if they're, in addition to doing that, if they're doing, say, API stuff, like they're exercising APIs with like Postman and stuff like that, or they're running like automated testing, like automated JavaScript testing, maybe there's a case where they occasionally need admin. But no, I think if you're just doing pure web development, you're probably able to work with just the normal access. It really depends on what tool sets you're using. Like, are you doing wireframing, and does your wireframing stuff need some admin access and things like that? But I would imagine a lot of that doesn't. It probably works without it, you know. So yeah, no, there's. I agree that there's classifications, and I'm working in a company that is mostly full stack developers. In fact, I don't even know. I know our little group doesn't have any web devs, but I don't know if the whole company has any web devs in it at all or not. It's a big company, so I wouldn't know everybody, and geographically separated too. So I would imagine there's probably some web devs somewhere in the company, but for the most part, everyone that I've interacted with is a full stack developer. So they kind of need, you know, we need to be able to debug things, and debugging is a low level task, you know, and your IDEs need to be able to do stuff, and yeah. You suck at CSS, so you can't call yourself full stack properly. But I suck at CSS too, and I still call myself full stack. But you know what doesn't suck at CSS? ChatGPT. As I've discovered, ChatGPT actually does CSS pretty good. So do I still suck at CSS now? I'm not sure. I guess I'm full stack. Oh, thank you for the follows, everyone who's come in, TVX TV and Fakatop. I appreciate it. Appreciate it all. I hope everyone's doing well, and enjoying their weekend so far. I am doing quite well right now. I need to get a little I need to refresh my water here. Very good. Very, very good. Oh. Thanks, good vibes. Just switched to Kick. Listening to you for like 20 minutes now quietly. Definitely worth following. Oh, cool. Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate it greatly, friends. I really do. I love writing code. I don't do nearly enough of it. I mostly stream games, playing games, but I don't stream all code all the time just because I work as a developer during the day, and I'm worried that if I do development during the day and then do development again at nighttime, that I'm gonna burn out. So the video game streams help me to like kind of take my mind off of it and kind of relax a little bit. Do I have a Discord? Yes, but it's only I don't have any chat channels in the Discord because I don't have the time to administer it. So really the Discord is just notifications only of when I go live. Maybe someday I will actually make it worth being over there on the Discord. Can I specify what I do as a profession? Yeah, I am a full stack software developer in Java. I've been writing Java code for about 19 years. I did take 1 year off from Java and I wrote Ruby on Rails for a company. That was the previous company that I worked for. And that was interesting. Back in college, I mostly wrote in C. I dabbled very little bit in C++. But as far as like languages I know, I started out in C. I taught myself C back in high school. I also taught myself assembly. And I did a little bit of QBasic. And then in high school, I did some Pascal. And then when I started professionally, I started out in Visual Basic, which was not fun, but it got me a job. And then that job transitioned into Java, and then I've been doing Java ever since with that. Telling him he's my Ruby dev. Yeah, Rails is an interesting beast. Rails, I'll be honest with you, I don't know how anybody comes onto a Ruby on Rails project that's already been going for like a year. Like if you come in to a project at the ground level and they start using Ruby, you're probably good. But if you come in like I did, I came in a year and a half into the project, it was so difficult to get up to speed. Like I never quite got up to speed because it was like all the gems, all the libraries that they're using, a lot of them don't have any documentation. You don't know why they're using them. You don't know, and a lot of them can change the DSL, and so you have all these. You'll come across a file that has completely weird and random keywords in it that you've never seen before, but it works because they can just invent stuff. It's strange, and I don't know how anybody does that. Like, just comes on to a Ruby project that's been going on for a while. I've come into Java projects that have been going on for decades, and I'm able to pick it up right away, right? Because I can just get into all this code and see what's going on. But with Ruby, it was like trying to read hieroglyphics sometimes, you know? Do I do J2EE for the web here? No. I did J2EE in the past. And I will probably never do J2EE ever again. Because J2EE has a lot. Well, I think they've improved it at some point, but back when I was doing it, I was doing, I think, version 2 of it. It was, there was a ton of boilerplate code. And what ended up happening was you end up creating all these remote controllers and these, local controllers and all that stuff with the idea that you're going to expand, vertically all your stuff out or horizontally expand everything. And you never do. And so you end up going through all this effort to make these beans that can be, separated onto, processed on all these various different nodes, and then come back into one, and then you never end up using it. You never end up expanding that way. So it ends up being a whole lot of boilerplate code for no benefit. You tried it once, but it was a nightmare for someone learning. Yeah, it was. It's very. It's a very academic way of approaching the problem, which is to say, if you have, it's a lot like what Spring Framework's been doing, and it's been pissing me off too. Spring Framework often comes up with these academic ways, what I like to call academic ways of solving problem, right? It's like, all right, we want to, you want to do MVC stuff, model view controller and all this stuff, here you go. And it's like, if you have a trivial website with, less than 10 pages, everything works great. But as soon as you go into anything even slightly more complex, all the cracks in the foundation start showing up. You don't want to use our built-in login flow. You want to add some stuff to it. Well, now you got to go do all this other stuff. You got to go customize this, and you got to customize that, and you got to figure out how this works. And oh, by the way, we're not going to document any of that. You're just going to have to figure it out. And it's just, that's the frustrating part of it to me, is that they build it with this idea that you're going to have like, oh, you can make a shopping website in 5 minutes. It's like, great. I'm not making a shopping website. I'm making something else that's a little bit more complicated. So how do I do that? Oh, well, good luck with that. Have a nice day. Sounds like the Zen framework for PHP. Back in the day, that was like 8 hours for me to add a password, verify a field, and that like 10 seconds most. Yeah. Yeah. It's, Spring Boot has been, like, I've tried my best to do everything except, I've tried my best to kick Spring Boot to the curb. Like, I've done everything as much as I can, wired everything up in here as much as I can with just Spring Framework and Spring MVC and Spring Security without bringing in the Spring Boot nonsense. And it's been a struggle. It's been a real struggle, What else was up here? Ruby on Rails debugging is the best. What do you mean? Yeah. If you can get the debugger to work, yes, I'm sure it is the best. If you're ever interested in going back to C++, check out Drogan framework in a public benchmark. It's like 1 million requests per second as compared to 50,000 in Node.js. Yeah. I don't know if I don't know if I want to go back to C++. I think C# definitely, because it's pretty much Java just with different packages and no proper hash map. I could probably do that. I've thought about maybe learning Rust or Go, or both. I don't know if I want to learn C++. I mean, I know C. The C++ theoretically is not that bad, but I don't know that I ever want to get into the ecosystem again of C++. So that's a really difficult sell for me. Let's tell you what I had. All your coding is mostly C++ now. Now hearing it from you, how it can act, it doesn't really give me the future proof. It's future proof. If you learn C++, you're fine. Because here's the thing about. Hang on a second. Oh. Okay. Sorry. Pain coming back a little bit. The thing about C++ is that, and C to a certain extent, pretty much everything has some kind of, pretty much every other language has some kind of syntax that it is taken from C or C++, because they're like the oldies, the basics and the goodies, you know? So if you learn C++ really well, a lot of that stuff applies pretty good to other languages. The one thing outstanding there being pointers. I think pointers is the one thing you'll find most languages just don't bother with. For good reason. But once you get the syntax of C++ down and everything kind of, you know, all the basics of that, everything else is just kind of a variation on it. And it makes learning the other languages very easy. Java becomes very easy. Python to an extent, I suppose, becomes easy. Rust to an extent. Elixir, even potentially. Although, coming from C to going to Elixir, I found that to be a little bit more frustrating than anything else, because Elixir is based on Erlang, which is, you can't do the things that you're used to doing. Like you're used to in like C and everything else. You're used to reusing variables. You set a variable and then you're like, oh, I'm going to set it to another thing later on. And I'm going to set it to another thing later on. And you can't do that in Elixir. In Elixir, it's like your variable is set once and that's it. If you need to somehow change that variable, like in a loop or something like that, you got to jump through some hoops to do it. Which is one of the hardest things that I had when I was working on the Glimesh site. That was one of the hardest things I had to deal with, was just the freaking the way variables and stuff work. Once you get it, you get it, but it's still a very different way of thinking about things. It's awesome, Elixir, always wanted to learn it. I honestly, it's not bad. I think what helped me with Elixir was having done Ruby, actually, because Elixir is definitely functional programming through and through. And it's got a lot of the same concepts that Ruby has, like with migrations, database migrations and stuff like that. But it does have its quirks, as most things do. And what's interesting about Elixir is that it comes with, like, you can use Phoenix and all that stuff as your web server, and you start to get like a lot of nice things come along with it. Being able to update your web pages, do partial updates on your web pages, and try to save some bandwidth that way, and things of that nature. And I learned all that just by, like, I mentioned this before, but if I go back here, there was a site that just recently closed down called Glimish TV, and it was written entirely in Elixir. And that's what made me kind of go and learn it. Was I wanted to help them out. I wanted to write some code for them, and I just it had Elixir help thing open. I was just kind of doing it from there and just trying to figure things out as I went there. So that was a nice little project to do. Like, I was able to just kind of contribute small things at first, and then a little bit larger things as I went along to try to get it to try to help out there a bit. And I think it worked pretty well. Elixir, there were things about Elixir that it was harder for me, having done, like, Elixir is definitely one of those things that I would recommend to someone who is still early in their career. It was harder for me to make the transition to Elixir because I'm so used to doing things a certain way and having the ability to do things a certain way, especially with, like, variables and stuff and variable naming and all that. And it was harder to... Working with Elixir a lot of times was working with a limitation that was very hard on my brain. But then someone who doesn't have that same, those same hangups could probably pick up Elixir really quickly and do some really great things with it. It's very competent so far. It has its little bit of, it's things that it kind of falls down flat on, but it's still being updated, and it's moving along pretty good. I wish there was an Erlang VM features in a non-functional programming language. I haven't learned it yet. Erlang VM features in a non-functional program. Yeah, I don't. Elixir is the only thing I know of that has been based off of Erlang. I don't know that there's anything else out there. Oh, okay. Well, Dart, sort of. Closure. F#. Rust. Well, there's some influences in Scala, Rust, Go. I don't know. I think they're kind of pushing it a little bit there. Some of those influences. But Go might be... I don't think... Does Go have... Is Go functional? I think it's mostly static typing. more Python-like, right? Yeah. I actually got a lot of got some what's the name? Pascal. A little bit of Pascal influence there with the colon equals. And there's some C stuff as well. With some structs. We got a little bit of C++ going on there. Yeah, so there's a couple things out there. Enumerations. It'd be interesting to learn some of these things. Yeah, like I said, one of these days I might try and I love, like I was saying earlier in the stream, I love emulation and writing software emulators and stuff for old hardware. And maybe someday I'll pick up I'll try to do like an Atari 2600 emulator or something, and try to write it in a different language than Java, and use that as my learning platform. Maybe we'll see. Oh, good stuff. Oh yeah, I want to see what is the minimum entropy? Manual decision by human. Leak is not out of public. Seconds to crack. Cracking hardware cost. I don't know. I mean, I guess I could set it to 50. I just don't know exactly. Is that just a number of seconds to crack? Is that what it's really setting here, or? NVVCX. NVVCXD. Pro E. That's not helping me. All right, I guess we'll pick a number and go with it. Let's just say 50 and do right configuration. Complexity checker, and then we'll say return complexity checker dot estimate, or wasn't there a message from entropy from guesses? Estimate password is minimum entropy met. Oh, that's what I want. Excuse me. Sorry about that. So if not, is minimum entropy met, then come over here say registration. Whoop. See if I can spell it correctly. Registration text error. Password not complex. Word needs to be more complex. Does that work with IETN? It does have you can pass in a language. But I'm just going to keep it as English and hope that's good enough. I mean, I could pass in a language target there. They don't have all the languages specified. What languages they have here? Where's that? Like they have these languages. English is the default. I think even if you're typing in something like this, I think I will. For right now, I'll leave it as English, and then if I need to bring in the user's locale, which I can do, the locale picker's in there, then I will work on that. Oh, that's right. I do need to save the user's locale, which I don't actually ask them for yet. I'm glad you mentioned that because I just realized I'm not saving the user's locale right now. I have the locale picker in memory, but I don't have it saved to the database. That is something else I should do. This password invalid. If validation utils is password not complex enough. And this would be that. Okay. It's going to be interesting for me testing things. I might end up pulling that out myself just because testing usernames and passwords is going to be a pain in the butt. But we'll see here. And I may only enforce the password complexity thing when making admin users, maybe. We'll see. Right now it'll be enforced on everything. Alright, so I got that validation in there for right now. So the whole point of doing that was that I'm going to have a smaller model for this other settings page. I was just curious. That's cool. Oh yeah, no, we'll see. Like I said, these are all good. These are all good questions, and I'm happy they're being asked because I am definitely not infallible. I will forget things and go down blind alleys and stuff. And it's always good to have someone be like, "Are you sure that's what you want to do?" I have that. So on what am I looking for? I'm looking for the user. I don't even have it open. User settings controller. Here we go. Okay. So in here, user settings controller. I think I'm just gonna put the model right in here, right? Yeah. We'll do settings, we'll do new class, and we'll say basic settings model. And we'll make it serializable. What am I picking up here? I am picking up display name and email for the moment. We'll say string display name, private string, email. Ooh. All right, getters and setters. Cool. Over here, I want a, what did I call the thing? Update basic. All right, so we'll say public string update basic settings request model and basic settings model settings. Yeah. I'll turn settings, user settings, posts, mapping, update basic, and this will be model attributes. And then I need a validator. So did I just called the validator directly from here, right? Didn't do anything funny. Yeah, I just did validates. And then, oh yeah, I need to pass the binding result in. Get that. Damn it. Binding results. Binding result. Alright, and then let's get the validator going. Did I extend anything on this validator? I did. Oh, I just made it generic so that it would, I didn't have to do anything here. Okay, that's good. Hey, Techno Freak, welcome. How you doing? And hello, New 2. Thank you for the follow, New 2. I appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're also doing well, Techno. How's it going? Oh no, I'm sorry. I am sorry. I now see that it says no. I appreciate. I'm sorry. I did that. that will catch me every time. But welcome. I hope everyone's doing well. Having a good weekend so far, hopefully. If that name would be possible on Kick, that would probably crash our entire database. I know. That's why I was like, oh, okay. There you go. I'm okay. I just got up, did over 16 hours yesterday. Had too much fun. Oh, there you go. What were you doing, Techno? streaming 16 hours, or are you doing something else? Although I'm waiting for someone. I'm waiting for someone to do like Bobby Tables as their name. Because Null is a good username, but I'm wondering if like someone will come by with like Bobby Tables. Let's see, what do we got? Here's your registration model. Oh, wait. I'm not extending anything? That's weird. How am I not extending something? Huh. Poor old Bobby Tables. There you go. Did Spaceborne 1 and Spaceborne 2? It showed more on Nobara and how it's killer Linux, and I can run more anti-cheat games on it than I can on any other Linux. Nice! Spaceborne's good. Spaceborne 1 and 2 are very, very good games. Love them. That's great. So Nobara, I haven't heard of Nobara Linux. Is that new? Is that a new one? Nobara Project, Nobara Linux. It's very good for solo dev making. Oh, really? It's a solo dev doing this. So it's a fork of Fedora. Is that what's going on? The first Linux that I can run it on. Oh, really? It's made by Glorious Egg Roll. Let me update the system. Snaps, Flatpaks, NVIDIA drivers, Xbox controllers, never-ending NVIDIA driver story. Oh boy. Hey, hope I'm not intruding. Have you heard of Metadoc? Might make your stream a bit easier if you're on Windows. No, I haven't heard of Metadoc. What is that? Oh, is it for searching? Is that what? Browser extension? Oh, it's oh, I see. Oh, it's blockchain stuff. I gotcha. It is what it is. Is that not it? Oh, is that not it? Oh, .net. Oh, .net. Oh, this one. Oh, split screen brown. Oh, I see what it is. So, and continue switching between windows and performance. Oh, right. Okay. So you can lay out your windows. Oh, nice. I thought Windows had something like there's some control blah 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 whatever that does some of this, but hey, that's not bad. I like that. Be able to like stack your windows and stuff. I think I saw somebody else using that. That would be nice. The swapping back and forth all the time. My only problem is this is really nice if you have an ultra wide monitor, and I'm just using a 1080p monitor. So I like the whole monitor being used up, but no, this is cool. I'll keep an eye on this. I might try this out. Why are you trying to emulate what we have on Linux? It's just funny. Yeah, no, I know Linux has this stuff down pat. Same on 1080p too. I don't use it on Linux. Yeah, no, I get this stuff comes easy and cheap with Linux. But if you can make it really easy with Windows too, that's kind of nice. And I thought Windows had some kind of command things, but I don't know if it has it this extensively. And this actually looks like it's got either a search bar or a launch bar or something. Oh, it's actually a browser. Oh, it's splitting your browser tabs up. Oh, I get that. I get that now. I was like looking at this, I'm like, what is going on here? And I'm like, oh no, it's splitting up your browser tab. I get it. It does native apps too, though. Okay. As for 8 years now, Windows try to copy more and more like stuff. Well, I mean, you've got Windows subsystem for Linux now too, so you can actually run. And the Windows subsystem for Linux, the latest update, has some Xwin functionality, so you can actually run some Xwin. You can export some display things and run your X window stuff in Windows now. So it's they're trying to do it. I actually like this even better because it puts it into it splits your browser tabs up, which is nice. When you're trying to switch between things, or like when you're trying to read something, like read documentation and then also have something else. So that I can see being really interesting. Yeah, I might try this out. Thank you for that. Thank you for that link. I appreciate it. Yeah, I want to try this out and see what it looks like. I think Opera GX or something probably has something like this too, but I haven't used Opera in ages. So if this works for Brave browser, then that'll work pretty well for me. But what is Nobara? Xbox controllers. So it accepts all the different controllers. It's got OBS Studio, okay, and DaVinci Resolve. Okay. Okay. And there's a Steam Deck edition too. So you can actually run it on Steam Deck. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. In Google Chrome, hey, welcome Trading Sherlock. Welcome. And thank you for the follow. In Google Chrome, I think they have an add-on, just like I thought it was desktop, like I could do links. Oh, maybe they do. I don't know. But that, I mean, regardless, that looked pretty cool, one way or the other. Yeah, it's so killer nice and easy to set up, easy to install. So does this have a live CD, or is it like one of those USB things where you just throw the image on a USB stick and install it? I'm wondering how much hardware do you need for this? Like, could I'm guessing it doesn't work on a Pi, does it? I can't like throw it on the Raspberry Pi, because it probably needs a little bit of hardware to work. Modification. Yeah, top right download. Details on listed modification. Device specific patches. Line sync. Okay. What does it say here? Official GNOME and KDE. The only difference between the official ISO and GNOME ISO is official has pre-enabled extensions for a different cosmetic look other than desktop environment. All three have identical packages. The official ISO is aimed at people who like GNOME's functionality, but like KDE's layout. If you prefer to make your own GNOME modifications, I recommend using GNOME ISO, not the official ISO. Okay. I got it. That's official. This is GNOME. KDE. I don't know, I like the KDE one, honestly. Huh. Let's take a look at this. Oh, we recommend using Balena Etcher to burn your ISO to a USB stick. Okay. You can just burn that to a USB stick and then use it from there. Just boot from that. Yeah, I'm wondering. I'm thinking about putting Linux on my Microsoft Surface Pro. Because right now it's got Windows 11 on it, and Windows 11 is a pain in my balls because it requires like I have a local user on there, but I also have to have a live user and all that stuff. And I'm thinking of maybe putting Linux on that, and maybe what I'd like to do is move. Like right now, I'm doing all of my development on my gaming PC because it's all set up and I don't have to do much. But I'd like to maybe switch the development over to the Surface, and then project from that, have the Surface be what you guys see on the stream, and then I can do all my stuff on that, and it would just be the development stuff. You don't see all my other random tabs that I have open for non-development things, like like Yuzu for Switch emulation and stuff like that. So I probably want to do that at some point. What do I code most in for my IDE? Eclipse mostly. So, and Eclipse is Java, so should be able to run pretty much anywhere. I'll also need Android Studio, so I'll probably have IntelliJ on there in its Android Studio form soon. And then PostgreSQL, which obviously works in Linux fine. I have Aqua Data Studio, which is also runs off of Java, so that'll run pretty much anywhere. Yes, it's on Nobara Eclipse. Yeah, I mean Eclipse probably. I mean, most of my tools run off of Java, so I would be surprised if they didn't work on a particular version of Linux. Whether or not they work well is another story, I guess, but I would imagine they probably all work decently well at this point. I'm just more concerned about the Surface Pro hardware, and if anyone's been successful at putting Linux on it. So I wouldn't put it past Microsoft to put some kind of hardware in there that is incompatible. Pro Linux. Linux kernel for Surface devices. Does Surface Pro run Linux? You install Linux on Surface Pro 8. Oh, these are all videos. I don't want a video. Just tell me. Don't talk to me. Just tell me. Let me do some looking. Yeah. Surface Pro run Linux. All these Linux kernel for Surface devices. What is this? Surface Pro 8, Surface Pro 9. You're getting stuck at boot when loading the RAM disk. You need to install a processor microcode firmware for Intel CPUs. Using TLP can cause slowdowns, lagging performance. You want to use Hibernate instead of Suspend. You need to create a swap partition or file. Blah blah. But what is this Linux Surface? But what is this? It looks like it's okay. So it's based on Debian. Doesn't tell me much of anything else. Arch? No, it's not telling me anything. I'll go for now. Take care, people. Okay. Thanks for stopping by, Falcatop. And I appreciate it. Yeah, I don't know. I'd like to see, like, they've got an Ubuntu on Surface Pro 7. I believe I have a Surface Pro 8 or 9. I don't remember. Yes, it's treated like a normal laptop. Just have to do a few tricks to get it to install. Oh, I see. Windows screen, overdrive. Start by downloading your Ubuntu ISO installation file. Power down Surface Pro and insert the flash drive into the USB port. Oh, use Etcher to place the ISO on a flash drive so you can boot. Okay. Hold the volume up button and push down the power button to release the power button while holding down the volume button. Once Surface EFI screen appears, you can release the volume up button. You should see screen. Blah blah. The boot configuration. Okay. USB storage. Last thing that changes is disable the secure boot option. Okay. And so, what they said to none? Yeah, they said to none. Alright. If you do not have a type cover, a cover with the built-in keyboard and touchpad, you'll need a USB hub to connect the keyboard, mouse, and flash drive. Well, no, I have a type cover, so that's okay. There's no touchscreen support. We enable that after installation and device reset. Oh, that's why. Okay. Just start the installation for Ubuntu. This boots. Screen shows Ubuntu is booting on a Microsoft device. Packages for Intel Touch Host Controller. I'll get multi-touch. Basically, I just need to make sure whatever distro I use has the Intel Touch Host Controller, and the Precision Touch and Stylus stuff. Yeah. One tested Ubuntu, Arch, and Fedora on one. While you have to turn secure boot off to do install and delete the windows. Yeah. But it looks like I can pretty much use anything as long as we've got the Intel, as long as it's got packages for the Intel Touch Host Controller and for the pen. Not that I use the stylus that much, but it'd be nice to still be able to use it. Interesting. Okay, I might go down that path. just have to see what's going to do. Just need Flatpak so Ubuntu don't have it, but one can add it. I'm gonna brick his Surface. Yeah, I might. I may very well brick it, but no, I don't think so. It might work. I mean, they do tell you to back up Windows here before you do it, so you know. Arch's Flatpak. Borrow has it based itself. I mean, the one nice thing about putting the Linux on the Surface is that I don't need to run games on it. I wouldn't run games on the Surface Pro anyway because it doesn't really have the hardware for it. But it would be nice to have Linux on there just as a development system. And then I can, like, if I get Linux on that for my development system, then I can start to think about what would I do for like a gaming Linux system eventually at some point. So use gpart it with a USB drive to save a backup of USB for backup. Do that most times. Yeah. Yeah, that's, I mean, pretty much what I would do. But yeah, that'll be interesting because I'd like to put some kind of Linux on there. I don't know if I'll put Ubuntu on there or if I'll pick something else. You know, with the bar, it took only 1 hour. It was up and ready to stream. It was fast, easy. Cool. Yeah, I'm not so worried about streaming from it because I have a whatchamacallit. I can get a cable that switches it from HDMI to I always forget the name of it. It's not DVI, but it's display port. If I can get something that switches from HDMI to DisplayPort, I've got another DisplayPort thing on my capture card, and I can just plug it right into the capture card in the other computer and have it there ready to go. Be more work, but Ubuntu has lots of touch stuff in its base system. You have adapters for cheap on Amazon, buy them in bulk for. Yeah, I might even already have one. I'm not sure. I'll have to look. But yeah, getting an adapter for the, because I think it's mini HDMI out. I think it is. To like right now I have one that's mini HDMI out to HDMI or something like, or is it Fire or Thunderbolt. It might be Thunderbolt. I forget. I have to look and see. I want to say it's a Thunderbolt port, but I don't remember. But yeah, it's one of those, and I'm sure there's plenty of those out on the marketplace to be able to deal with. I think the tricky part there is I need to be able to I basically need two outputs. Like I need the one that goes directly to my monitor, directly to this monitor, I guess, if I can see it. And then I also need one that goes to the capture card. And then I can just mirror the desktop on all of them. That's kind of what I do now. I have a I think I have DisplayPort coming out and going to this monitor, and then, or no, I have DisplayPort going into the capture card from the gaming PC, and then I have, I think, HDMI or something coming out and going into the monitor. And then I've just mirrored the desktop across both of those. So it just so I don't have to see what's coming out for the capture card. I can just look on the screen. One to the capture card and then out to your well, I don't have my capture card doesn't have a pass through. So that's why I would need two different cables, because there's no pass through on my capture card. It's not like Elgato has a pass through, but mine is not an Elgato. It has no pass through on it. Yeah. KVM switch makes it easy and makes some nice ones. I do have a KVM switch, but it's the video is DVI, which I could do. It's not terrible idea. But I'm okay with, like, because it'll only be occasionally. I'm okay with like going into the source on the monitor and just switching to monitor source when needed. That I'm not too put off by, because it's not that often that I'd be swapping back and forth. Yeah. But anyway, that's all good stuff. Sorry, I got distracted for a minute there. With my I like this though. I like this idea. I want to see this in action, honestly. And see how it does with all the stuff. I'm very curious on there. I'm going to keep a bookmark of that. Oh god, I wish this pain would go away. All right, let me take a moment here. Yeah, Techno. At some point, I'd like to see it in action, see how it's doing. No, I got what you meant. You're using it for streaming. If you want to see anything, you can show you live anytime. Yeah, I get it. I just woke up. Yeah, no, I do want to see it in action. I do want to see like how everything goes on there. At some point in time, I have to learn DaVinci Resolve too. I use Vegas Pro because it's just really simple and easy. I do have DaVinci, I think, installed on here, but I remember trying to figure it out, and it was a lot like Adobe Premiere, where I just couldn't fathom what I was trying to do. Like, it was just, there was a lot of bells, switches, and knobs. I was like, I just want these two things to fade together. And I was having trouble with that. In Vegas, I just drag one clip over the other, and it's like, crossfade, done. Oh yeah, I know. I tried at one point Kden Live, and back when I tried it, it was a crashy mess. Hopefully it's been resolved at some point. But yeah, I did try that at one point in time. Yeah, I would imagine they probably got it working a lot better now. Like I said, back when I tried it, it just, you gave it anything more than like 10 minutes of footage and it would just crash, like hard crash, you know, like kernel panic levels of crashing. But I mean, that was years and years and years ago. So it's way better now. Yeah, years ago it was, yes. Yeah, it was bad. Okay. I'm glad I'm not the only one that I'm glad I didn't like dream that up because I was pretty sure at one point in time it was like, it was not great. But yeah, no, I definitely at some point want to try to. I'm feeling more and more like, I know it's a big meme and everything, but I'm feeling more and more like we're getting to the year of the Linux desktop. Every year that goes by, because I think Microsoft is starting to make some poor choices. I mean, they've made poor choices in the past, but not to the extent that they're starting to do it. You know? No, that and the results it gave for edited video was bad. Yeah. Some of the videos like were blurry and stuff. I remember having that. I mean, I had that problem in Vegas too at one point because I had one setting that was wrong, and it would go out to, and like YouTube would grab it and just rework it and just make it terrible. Just wait, Windows is going cloud-based desktop. No constant internet, no Windows. Yeah, that would not surprise me if they do that. It would not surprise me at all. I mean, we do have to remember though, there are some embedded systems that use Windows. Or at least a version of Windows, but I imagine those are going to be like, they're going to charge an arm and a leg for those, and they're not going to be the consumer versions. Yeah. High speed talk is Windows 12 maybe that way. It would not surprise me. I mean, Windows 11 adoption has been terrible. For good reason. And if Microsoft wants to go pretend that Windows 11 doesn't exist, like Windows 8 and Windows ME before it, it would not surprise me if they go hard on Windows 12 and they're like, everything's in the cloud now. We got to sell these Azure cloud folks. We got to sell people on Azure. Or Azure, however you want to pronounce it. Tuna Row junk. They break there. Every other one is good in Tuna Row junk. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. Because a lot of people skipped 8 for good reason. There was no 9, so they went to 10. A lot of people got on 10 because it was pretty stable. Everyone seems to be skipping 11. Normally that would mean that 12 would be good, but if there's no indications that that's going to be the case. So yeah, it may end up being two bad ones in a row. They did a few laptop things already with cloud Windows. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? This is the thing I always say, is we always come full circle in technology, right? We went from mainframe systems with dumb terminals to personal computers. So everyone had a smart terminal with, just bare bones servers, really, just servers for a few little things and some network attached storage, right? And now we're going full circle back to dumb terminals with all the logic out in the cloud. You gotta boot to the cloud now, right? And then that's going to have all the same freaking problems that the dumb terminals of the past had, if not even more so, because now it becomes a privacy issue, right? So I don't. It's like nobody learns from the past. It's just everything old is new again. It's all the old problems come rearing their head right back again. The 12 is cloud-based. Try to game and stream on it. Yeah. Well, I mean, Microsoft's already trying to do the game streaming stuff with Game Pass Gold. And honestly, I tried it through the browser, and it wasn't horrible. It wasn't great either, but it wasn't like a horrible experience. Like it kept up decently well. I wonder if out of curiosity. I'm gonna hide this for a second. Live. Game Pass Gold. Or I'm sorry, Game Pass Ultimate. And I'm curious. Can we sign in here? This one. I don't know if it's this one or not. Maybe? Hang on, I'm just trying something, guys. I don't know if this is the correct account. Oh, okay, yeah, this is the correct account. Let's see. So this is their cloud gaming. So let's pick let's try Rec. Controller not detected. That's not working. Wait, what? Oh, here it is. It's detected now. I pressed the button. I'm curious to see how if this is working better with my new internet. See for a minute here. And we'll select that and sure. Start a minute. I just want to see if this even works. This is over cloud. So far, so good. They, at best, 30 FPS, though. It's a little nauseating. Oh, I only did one lap? Is that all? I meant to do more than that. What track? Do that. relapse, normal. I got cloud gaming installed in November. Get a card for you to account for Xbox Live. There you go. Yeah, I'm just curious if this is working better. Hey, Shin, welcome. You caught me trying something out here real fast before I go back to coding. Oh yeah, that oof. I mean, it's responsive, definitely. It's more responsive than I would expect. But it's also, the visuals are definitely framey. But it's, I mean, surprisingly usable. This is through a browser that's got 25 freaking tabs open too. Yeah, okay. I was just curious if this would work out. All right, let's get out of here. Yeah, let's be done with this game. That's pretty good. All right, interesting. So the cloud gaming's not doing too bad right now. Not doing too bad. Good at distractions. Yeah, no. It's fine. It's very fine. Oh, that's good. Let's get the music going again. It's good to have a little bit of variety too, a little bit of distraction here and there. But hey, Shin, how you doing? It's been going okay for me. Doing some settings page stuff and shindigs here. Getting this set up. But in general, doing okay. We'll have to see how it goes here. Dealing with a little bit of a little dental issue, causing me a little bit of pain. Well, causing me a lot of pain, but it's it's not something I can take care of for another month or so. So I'm gonna have to grin and bear it right now. I've noticed with online games with Linux, it runs faster for FPS and server speeds as the servers are on Linux, so it's two of the same Linux talking, not Windows Linux. Oh, okay. Yeah, that would probably work too. You just got back from a work week in Florida. Don't melt from the heat or get eaten by mosquitoes, gators, or Mickey. So that's a plus. Get the pliers, pull that thing out. Oh man, I'm almost thinking that might be the way to go. Heck no, honestly. I'm at that point where I'm like, just make the pain stop, please. Please. Put me in a deep freeze and thaw me out when my appointment is ready. I'm at that point. I swear. Whiskey helps. Well, I would take your advice. But I'm also on antibiotics, so I can't imbibe right now until I get through this antibiotic that they gave me. Spider wire fishing line and a door. Yeah, the only problem is you look at I was going on the orthodontist site, to see what I have to do to contact them to get an appointment, all that stuff. And they scare the crap out of you on those sites. They're like, yeah, you know, once you get older, you know, your wisdom teeth grow really, really long and your roots are really, really deep. So, you know, probably shouldn't attempt to do any kind of work on yourself. like, oh man, okay. Like they show you all these diagrams and it's like the tooth is like 50 meters long, you know, into your jaw, and it's like, oh yeah, maybe I want to be knocked out when this is happening. You know? Blackberry brandy is the trick for kids. It works very good for tooth pains. There you go. Your wisdom teeth roots were all hooked, so you had to get them broken into pieces. They do get 4 roots and not 2, and they can twist it. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm at the point where I'm like, I mean, I have to go, I assume they're going to want a consult first before they actually take it out, but, I'm at the point where I'm just like, maybe you guys should just knock me the hell out and just wake me up when it's done. Because they have all kinds of options, and I'm like, I don't know that I want to be even partially awake while you're trying to pull this. Given how much pain I'm having now, I don't even know if I want to be even aware that something has happened. Yeah. Had yours taken out, and that was no fun. 5 hours to take out just 2, and had to dig them out chunk by chunk. Oof. Yeah, thankfully, I only have 1 that has gone rogue, and I'm like, just, you know, in 2 different operations just to take the 4 teeth. Yeah, I'm not having all 4 taken out. I'm just like, look, the other 3 are fine. All my other teeth are fine. We'll just get rid of the one that's bad, and we'll take it from there. Because they're like, oh, you could have all 4 taken out. I'm like, no, let's not fix something that ain't broken. Just take the one that's bad, and we'll take it from there. Because I think my dad had I believe he had like a wisdom tooth pulled back in the day, and he ended up getting gum disease from it and ended up losing like most of his teeth. So I'm like petrified. I'm like, let's just fix the one that's broken, and let's not go anywhere beyond that right now. Let's make sure we're in a very, very highly sanitized area and all that stuff. So yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with it. And the worst part of it is, I mean, I've been very, very lucky with it, because like I have not had any, you know, knock on wood, I have not had any, this is the first time I've had any problems with my teeth. So like I went to the dentist the other day. They're like, when's the last time you've been to the dentist? I was like, probably 30 years. Not since I was like maybe 9 or 10. They're like, oh, okay. So, you got yours ripped one at a time as they died. Yeah, I might go down that path. Well, we'll see. I might go down that path though. But yeah, it's
Too demanding or too greedy?
you know, they took an X-ray and they're like, everything's good. All your other teeth are fine. Other than needing a cleaning, they're fine. So I'm kind of go on that, you know, if the next one, if it takes 30 years for the next one to go bad, then we'll cross that bridge when we come to it, you know. This is the way I look at it at this point.
The beginner's mind is the mind of compassion. When our mind is compassionate, it's bound.
They didn't knock you out, spent an hour each shooting you with shots. You had your left hand crushed many years ago to stop bone joints from growing shut. You had to go with no calcium intake for 2 years. It killed all your good teeth. and had them all removed from it years later. Oof. Oof. Yeah, most of the people I know have had problems with their teeth in various forms, and even in my own family. And I've been like just trying my best to dodge all of that, you know. Like I generally do a pretty good job like brushing and stuff, and just trying to keep them sane. Try to make sure I have some kind of calcium and all that stuff. But yeah, it's one of those things, man. I don't want all of this, all of it to go south. You know, I don't want this to be the start of something. For all that, I had like 2 fillings. My teeth were so good. Your wife hated you. Yeah, no, I get you. I get you. U.S. HHS supports say the most skipped medical procedures are dental. Yeah, I can see that. I mean, generally speaking, I don't go to the doctor as often as I should anyway. And a lot of it just is to do with the fact that I always get the sort of, what's the way to put this? I always get talked down to by the doctor, right? Like I get a lot of my stuff gets kind of dismissed. Because I'm a big dude and I come walking in, and for some reason they have this notion that I'm like Conan the Barbarian kind of thing, right? And so when I say like, yeah, I have some pain here doing this or that, it just goes in one ear and out the other. They don't even acknowledge it, right? They had some problems taking x-rays of my tooth, and it's like, you know, they're like shoving like a freaking monkey wrench down your throat, and they're like, why can't you keep this still? And I'm like, number one, I'm in a lot of pain. And number two, this is the worst contraption ever to try to take pictures, you know? And then it's like, and then they kind of belittle you. Like, oh, you have some pain. Oh, poor baby. Would you like a lollipop? Like, oh man, I hate it. It drives me nuts. It's like, God forbid a man has some, asks for help. You know what I mean? It's like you get yelled at for not asking for directions and asking for help when you need it. And then when you ask for help, you get emasculated for asking for help. You know what I mean? It's just, and I get it pretty bad because again, I'm a big dude. You know, I'm 6'4", and I'm not muscular, but I am just wide. You know, I'm 300 pounds, and I'm just like, you know, I'm a big guy, and it's just like, they look at me and they think, you know, and I'm good at hiding pain too, right? And so when I say I'm in pain, they kind of look at me like, oh, you're not, you don't know the definition of pain. You know what I mean? I'm like, no, actually, literally, it's like, you know, I can't sleep at night. It's that bad. And they just kind of brush it off, and that always ticks me off about it. And then they wonder why I don't come for regular checkups. It's like, you know, first of all, the doctor's there for like 5 minutes. I get there 20 minutes early. I have to wait 20 minutes to come in the lobby. Then I wait another 20 minutes in the actual operating room for the doctor. The doctor comes in 5 minutes and they're out. And I'm like, no better off than when I came in earlier. You know what I mean? It's like, no wonder I don't want to come back for checkups, you know? I'd be getting a new doctor. Yeah, it's complicated. It's complicated, Zero. I would love. I the insurance that I have is not very popular in this in Pennsylvania. So shopping around for a doctor for me means I either go down the street or I go 25 miles for it. You know what I mean? It's like, it's hard. It's hard to actually shop around for them. So I just kind of put up with nonsense a lot just to, out of convenience more than anything else, you know? Yeah, no, I get you, Techno. I had the same kind of experiences. Yeah. 25 miles for a doc that's actually going to help maybe, or no, it's true. It's true. It's just, it's one of those things, right? It's like you got to shop around and I can't, I guess my problem is I can't say that I've ever had a really good doctor, even when I was young. You know what I mean? Like even when I was young, like I had doctors, but I can't say that any of them were actually really that good. And after seeing what, like, the doctor that my mom had for years and years and years, my mom was one that shopped around for doctors a lot, and she finally found a doctor she liked. She stayed with them for years and years. But seeing how that doctor messed her up, and not intentionally, he just kind of didn't keep up with trends, right? Like my mom was like, you know, the whole opioid endemic that we had because doctors were overprescribing opioids and stuff. Well, she had one of those doctors that just like, you know, if you wanted opioids, boom, you got them. Oh, you want something stronger? Boom, you got it. And never once said, hey, maybe we should take you off of these things. And ended up just kind of wrecking her kidneys, you know. She ended up dying in a lot of pain from that. She was getting dialysis and all that stuff. And that was having seen that, I'm a little bit more cautious, suspicious, I guess, of the doctors. I try to like do my own, like they'll say something and then I'll Google search it to make sure, which is good because I had like I was deficient in like vitamin D or something. And I had the doctor prescribe, you know, a super uber dose. And I did my research online after they prescribed it. It's like, oh yeah, you usually get this for like 3 months. And so I was like, and that's what they had it for me. I was like, okay, 3 months of that. And I did that. And then they called me up and said, oh, we want you to take it for another 3 months. I was like, are you sure? 'Cause I've just taken this for 3 months. And everything I've read online is like, you know, you don't want to overdose on this. You don't want to overdose on D vitamin because it takes a long time to get out of your system. And you'll be sick for a long time. They're like, no, we want you to do it. So I did. And I got down to, I think, like maybe 6 pills left. And I got violently ill. Like, I have never in my life been that sick. Not hospital sick, but just like vomiting and just crazy stuff. And my diet hadn't changed at all. The only thing that was different was I was taking those vitamins. I was like, okay, no more of those. Because I knew what some of the symptoms were of like having an overdose of it, having too much of it. And they were matching up. And I was like, okay, that's done. Yeah. And if I hadn't done that research, right? If I had been and I followed the doctor's instructions to the letter and finished out that stuff, man, I'd be in such a freaking world of hurt at that point. Because that took me out. Just being one pill overdose took me out of action for like 3 days straight. Like I was bedridden. You know? But luckily I knew enough to like, I'd done enough research to know like what was going on. And as soon as I stopped doing that, like it all cleared up. I didn't have any problems again. I was like, okay, it's good that I didn't just take everything at face value. Now my mom would have taken everything at face value and would have been just, you know, wouldn't know what the hell was going on. It would have just kept on going until that prescription was done, you know. But yeah, don't trust them at all. I haven't seen a doc since 2007 when I left the army. Yeah, no. To drive 3 hours one way to even find a doc to touch it. They all freak out. They had too much work. They don't like. Yeah. No, I hear you. I hear you. Yeah, there's some things that just like. And that's the other thing. Like you go to the family doctor and you get maybe 5 minutes with them, and that 5 minutes involves them just giving you a referral to a specialist. Like, you know, you could have just told me this over the phone, and I could have just gone to the specialist directly. If it's something you don't know how to fix, you could have just told me. I could have just gone straight there. I don't need referrals. I could just go straight to a specialist, you know? But, you know, everybody's got to get their cut. Everybody's got to get their cut of the insurance pie, I guess, right? Exactly, 0. Yeah, they can't bill you for a call. Exactly. Yeah. That's what it comes down to, you know? But, you know, it is what it is. I can't harp on them too much. We need them. I need them. It's just, I wish they would treat people better, you know? I wish it wasn't such a freaking, like a Greek hazing, you know, a Greek sorority hazing or fraternity hazing every time I go to a doctor, you know. We need old school doctors, not pharma agents. Yeah, if you can find like a, what is it, is it a DMD? Doctor of Medical Diagnosis or something like that. You can find one of them who's trained in like getting to the root cause of problems instead of just fixing symptoms. You're golden, you know? I mean, that's what kills me too. It's like, I work as a programmer, right? If there's a bug in my code, it's my job, or a bug in the code anywhere, even if it's not my code, right? Somewhere in the code base. It's my job to do a root cause analysis, right? I got to go in, if I want to fix this bug properly, I got to find out exactly the root cause of it and fix it based on what the root cause is. I got to take time, however much time it takes, and figure out the root issue. You've got doctors who are like, oh, you got pain? Here's some pain medication. What's the source of my pain? It's probably just old age. Here's a medication. You know what I mean? Doctor of Oriental Holistic DDO. Is that what it is? Okay. Yeah, I don't one of those. I don't know. I don't know all the acronyms, but yeah. I mean, it just, it kills me. It really kills me. I especially love when you go in and you're like I have in the summertime, in the heat, my foot and my leg swell. My left foot, my left leg swell. And so I went to the doctor. I was like, what's going on, doc? And they're like, okay, let's take some diagnostic tests. So I get like the, you know, all the diagnostic tests. They go and scan my legs. They're like, okay, all your blood flow is fine. There's nothing wrong. There's no, you know, clots or anything that might be causing any problems, right? So I'm like, okay, great. What can I do about it? He's like, yeah, you just gotta live with it. I'm like, oh, great, thanks. Thanks for that. It's like, can I, what else can I do? And they're like, well, elevate your leg and then put compression socks on. I don't know if you've ever seen compression socks, but they might as well be medieval torture devices, because first of all, there ain't no way you're getting I'm getting a compression sock on when my foot's already swollen. Like, I wake up in the morning and my foot's swollen. Like, how am I going to get a compression sock on it? It just doesn't, it's not possible. But on the off chance that I do manage to get one, right? And I get it on there, first of all, it squeezes the hell out of your leg to the point where there is no getting comfortable. Like, you feel it all day long. And then the awesome part of it is, instead of your foot and your leg getting swollen, no, now your knee gets swollen. It just moves right up your leg. And now your knee's swollen, so every time you walk, you just feel your knee kind of like moving through molasses, and you're like hobbling a little bit. It's like, how has this fixed anything? You know what I mean? This just kills me. I'm like, this is not fixing anything. This is not helping. So I've tried to, what I have done, and the one thing they didn't suggest to me for some reason was I started, you see, I get the alerts on my screen about drinking water. I've started to try to drink the recommended amount of water per day for men, and that's actually helping. It's actually making it, I mean, my foot still and my ankle are still very swollen, but my leg's not as swollen. It's like, it's actually helping because my body doesn't have to push as much water down there to make it, to satisfy the nerve that's going off, So, yeah. Depends on the kind you're using. You have to use them right now for venous ulcer in your foot. Maybe that you're just using the wrong one. It's possible. It's possible, Shin. I went on Amazon and I was just like, whatever. Let's find whatever. Like, the doctor gave me, said, use this 20 nanometer or whatever it is thing, 5 milliliter, whatever. Whatever it was. And I just looked online and found those. And there's other things too. There's like wraps that I could probably use that are better. You just wrap around rather than having them as actual socks. But yeah, that kind of stuff sucks a bunch. And switch from jobs to another brand. It was like night and day. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine, Shin. Yeah, you can DM me a suggestion. I'm happy to try something else because it's just it's annoying. And my problem is that the whole issue that I have is that my body overreacts to changes in temperature. And so there's some nerve in my leg that is reacting to the heat by sending more blood to my leg to try to cool it down. Even though I am cool. It's only like the air conditioning's on, it's only 69 in here right now. And everything says I should be fine, but like it's some nerve that is just wrong. And so what happens is in the summertime I get hit with it. In wintertime I'm fine. So I like, what do you do? It's in the wintertime I have the opposite problem where my hands and my feet feel cold even though it's 70 degrees in here. And I don't know how to, it's just such a weird thing that, and as far as they're concerned, it's a mild case, which is why they don't have any way to fix it. because apparently the fix is worse. The cure is worse than the disease sometimes. And unless you've got it really bad, they don't really want to go in and, because I think the cure is messing with your nerve, so it doesn't fire off incorrectly. But you know, that has its own set of complications that can come from it. I can kind of see their point where it's just like, yeah, we can't do anything about it because my case is not severe enough. But it's also not fun. Especially, it hasn't been fun this time around because I have wounds on my leg from when I was about a month ago. I went and changed the filter. I had to go up in the attic to change the filter on the central air, and the ladder broke, and I got all cut up on my leg. And of course, it was my my bad leg. So having my legs swollen up and having wounds and trying to get them to like heal without reopening every time, you know, you swell has been a process. Let me put it that way. But they are getting smaller and smaller and healing. So I think I got over the hump with that, at least. Although now I have a broken ladder that I have to do something about at some point. It's funny, man. When bad stuff happens, it doesn't happen just in one section. It happens in like pairs or three. Bad stuff comes in threes. So I've had two already. I'm wondering what the third is going to be. We'll have to see. What do I have here? So I want to do settings. So I need a validator over here. I want basic settings model validator. Let me just do that, and then I wonder why I'm not implementing validator. I guess at the end of the day, it doesn't matter that I'm not implementing a validator, but oh, maybe because I was making it generic, that's why I'm not. I was modeling it after a thing, but then the spring validator thing is not generic, so that's probably why I did that. Alright, that's fine. And this should be basic settings model. And then I want to do validate. Wait, is it void validate? Is that what it was? Yeah, void validate request target and errors. Oops. Targets and then errors. Errors. There we go. Okay. Thank you for that DM as well, Shin. I just saw it come through. I appreciate it. Let's see. So I want to validate. So I got to validate the display name and email. So if validation utils that is display name invalid. Display name errors that reject value. Display name, and then we want I can just steal these for registration. Although yeah, I think I can just steal these. Display name invalid. Like so. If validation utils is display name taken. Value and grab this there. Then I need user details DAO. This other validator, yeah, I figured I made a component. Private user details DAO. I'll wire that up. Pass that in here. So if validation utils that is email invalid, email errors reject value email and grab this. So and we'll save. Good. So our user settings controller then say I need the validator instance. Private basic settings model validator settings model settings validator wired. Settings validator validate request settings binding results. If binding results that has errors, How did I do that over the user registration? I logged it, and then, oh yeah, stuff binding errors back into model. Okay. Okay, stuff binding errors back into model. User model. User model. Model object is settings. Model and then binding results. Believe. Right, that's how I did it over there. Yes. Logger debug. Validates basic settings. Validation failed. And then, is there anything else I did here? I put something, I cleared something out of the model. I just return register new user. Which is fine, we're not leaving this page anyway, so I don't have to return anything new. We'll just come back to the page that we're on. Although, oh, yeah, no, this is fine. I just have to, how do I do that? I guess I just do model dot. Actually, before I even do that, say put up here. We'll say model dot add attribute user model, and we'll set that to settings. Yeah, that'll work. And we come back to that. All right. Otherwise, else. Well, I should really have this in a try catch just for sake of argument. Logger error. Unable to update basic user settings. Add error message request. Text error, system error, yeah. Generic system error, error there. Ever good. And forward there. Otherwise, we stay. Otherwise, we save. Is basically. So what am I saving? I'm saving the email and the display name. Email and the display name. So do I have user details DAO? Update details. Display name, email. I gotta regenerate the Gravatar ID. So this should do it then, the update details here. Although there's going to be more details later. Let me do let me do a copy of this and say updates. Well, yeah, is there any update details anywhere else? Is it used anywhere else? I don't think it is. I think I can just rename this update basic. Yeah. So it matches what I'm looking for. So I want out of it user details DAO. I'm gonna wire that up. Okay, I have to take a 2-minute bathroom break. Oh man, did my camera freeze up again? Fix that right now. There we go. Taking longer to freeze up this time, but it's still freezing up even with the suggested fix. I did the suggested fix from Elgato and it still didn't quite fix it. Alright, I gotta take a bathroom break. I will be back in 2 minutes, my friends. Hang tight. Okay, friends, I'm back. And let's get the camera back up here. Hello, everybody. Hello. I'm back. Okay. We're nearing the ability to actually see this page in action here, I think. So let's go and so if there's no binding errors, I want to say I want to call the user details and save the data. So user details takes the user details. Oh, I need to generate the other thing too. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do private user detail. Populate user details, and I will take in the I should say populate basic user details. So we'll say string email, string display name, that, and then we'll user details, user details, dot set display name to display name, user details dot set email to email, and then I need the private Gravatar service. Auto wire that up. And I want to say user details dot set Gravatar ID to Gravatar service dot get hash from the email. Boom. And anything else? User details that last update, which will automatically update. Email verified, which doesn't get set here. Alright, and then return user details. Boom. And over here, we say user details equals populate basic user details with the settings that get email and settings that get display name, like so, and then we'll say user details CAO dot update basic details, and then this returns a boolean. So if not brings back false, then logger error, unable to update basic user details. Failure from CAO. Put E there. Actually, no, there's no E. That. And add error message request, and then this will just be the generic something bad happened. The text error system error, because at this point there's nothing the user can do to fix that. Otherwise, if it succeeds, add success message request, and then need to come up with a successful message here. So we'll say Settings, text, success, save equals settings updated successfully. That here. I'll save that. I'll save that. Okay. All right. Well, let's see. Let's see what this does for us. So I've got those in there. I got that in there. Do a clean and build. If there's any errors that come out of it. Oh, there is one error. Validation utils should be declared as final. Oh, yeah, okay. Final class. There we go. Got it. Because it's all static and it's private, so you can't extend it. So there's nothing to extend. Okay. So project clean, so on and so forth. No more problems, just the mornings. Clean deploy and clean the work directory. All right, let's start this up. Oh wait, I did forget something, didn't I? Yeah, I totally forgot to, it's not gonna work. Stop that. I forgot to look up the user. Get their current settings here. So we're gonna do user settings. Probably should page title and the layout again. Sure that doesn't change. But I also need to try. So we gotta do current user's details. User details equals user details DAO dot find by ID user ID. So it would be request that get, or wait a minute, get user ID. There we go. 124. Off the request. Exception E. Bango. Logger error. Unable to display user settings page. And pass the error along. Add error message. Text error system error. There's the user details, and then I want to take that. I want to create a user, or sorry, a basic basic settings model. Settings equals new basic settings model. Settings dot set display name. User details dot display name. Settings dot set email. Details dot get email. Model dot add attributes. User model. Settings. Yep, that's what I want. Save that. Okay, now that should work a little bit better. Although I guess I should do a check to make sure user details is null. Let's do that right now. If user details null, then add error message request text error system error. And logger error could not find user. And else do that. I'll just say I'll add attribute user model no. Or maybe just new basic settings model, just an empty basic settings model. Okay. We'll roll those dice, see how we go. Clean deployment and clean the work directory. And the monkey hits the start button. Okay, login, user 2. Cool. Go to settings page. And there it is. Test user 2 display name. Test user 2 at test.com is the email. I haven't wired up the resend validation email yet. I should push the save button down a little bit, I think, just so these two aren't so easy to accidentally hit one versus the other. Actually, I would like to move the resend validation email up here. Maybe. Let's see what that looks like. Actually, I'm kind of surprised these aren't taking up more room. I guess it's because I have it set for auto. Probably what it is. Maybe I'll set those. Use settings. Try call 6. I have a feeling I'm going to need to put a row in there, though, for that to work. What's the... Yeah, it's really small. Because technically it's taking up all of the thing there, so... Margin top of 2 on that. Push it down a little bit. But I want to... Settings, navigation. Where's the... Settings, HTML here. Setting top 3. I call auto. Can I do? I do call 8 maybe on here. I can and even better. If I do call 10. It pushes over. Okay. Let's stick with 8 for right now. I don't like that there's so much space on the side, though. I wonder why that does. Why that pushes that over when I do anything beyond that. L12 not probably. Well, here's what we'll do. We'll do call 10 here instead of auto. I'll say call 2. Call 2 and call 10. Again, there's a lot of padding though. Why are we getting all that padding in there? Oh, because I got padding. Okay. Padding top. No, wait. Why does this container have so much padding on it? Where's it getting all its padding from? Where all its margin from? A ton of margin on it. Oh, margin right auto, margin left auto. If I take container off of here, what do we get? A much nicer feel. Would like it to be flexed though. I wonder if I can do the flex. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not with the flex. Could stand to have a little bit of margin start of like 2. That doesn't look too bad. That takes up the whole space, which is good. And then the save button. Give it a little bit more margin. Let's go 4 here. Yeah, that works. Okay, let's fix that up then. So I want call 10 here. Oh wait. I want call 2. No, how did I do this? I did call messages. I got rid of that. I just did margin start 2. This is call 10. Save that. And then over here, I put this as call 2. Right, and I think I made this margin top 4. See? Yep. Okay. All those are done. The thing here is, I just realized, like, when they update their email, I'm gonna have to set the valid email thing flag to false. They've updated their email. I wonder if I do that in the DAO. I have it as a separate call. Question is, if you ever update your email, should you stay validated? I feel like any updates to the email should clear the verification thing. But then again, it might be that you're not actually, like you haven't actually changed your email. I think that's why I set it as a separate thing, because you haven't actually changed your email from what was there, then you shouldn't have to be re-verified. So, okay, so let's do that. We'll do that check in user registration controller here. That could be a validation util thing. I can say no, not really. No, but I do need a thing to say, is the email changed? So user details DAO. I have a get reused email account, but that's not the same thing. I'll just say get user email. Public string get user email. String user ID. Equal is select email from user details where user ID equals question mark colon UID. This one also basic. None of these are taking into account the UUID, are they? Yeah, I should fix all of these right now. UID and UID. Oh, I gotta set the user ID in the user details too. I missed that. That wouldn't have worked at all. UID there. Return template. I'm using query for object for these. Which will fail. The problem with query for object is that it fails with an exception. It doesn't fail with a well, these are counts, so those are never going to fail that way. So this one should be lists string result equals the template dot query all I need is a result set. Got row mappers here. Can I do a result set? I could do query for list, right? Because it's only going to be a list of one element type coming back. That would work. Yeah, SQL, string last, and a user ID. Yeah, that works. If results that is empty, turn null. Otherwise, return results get 0 there. There we go. Then in the user, I should probably stop the server here. That help matters. In the user settings controller, first of all, down here we got, I need the employee name, I need the string user ID. Details, that user ID to user ID. There we go. Means we go and say get user ID for the request. From the request. And do the basic details. Oh, I have the, oh, I actually have the before and after here. Right? No. No, I'm populating it now. Never mind. I have to get the before email. The string original email equals user details del get user email for the user ID. Let's put the user ID up here. String user ID equals get user ID of request. ID and user ID. Your original email. Here's your user details. The basic details, and then if we succeed at updating our basic details, then I say if original email not equal null and original email that equals lowercase, no, equals user details that get email. This is really should be if it not equal then user details. But update email verified. User ID false. Correct. And that's that there. And then in reality, I should have a message that says at the top, like, your email address has not been verified yet. Which I could do by saying, okay, settings, the email, and say if user details that get email verified, I'll say if boolean.false equals user details get email verified. Then add info message request blah, and we'll say settings text info email verified equals email address not yet verified. Click resend verification if you have not received the verification code. Address. I always end up doing like a lot of, I have a lot of like capitalizations weirdness that I do, and catch myself doing it all the time. Info email verified, info message there. Check your spam folder or click resend verification. The verification thing there. Okay. So I got that. While I'm here, I might as well put the endpoint for verification. Got update basics, doing that, and then public string resend verification email. Here's what request model. And I think this could be just, I just kick this off as an Ajax request. Actually, yeah, you know what? This will just be an Ajax request. I'll just do a Was it response body? No, response. What is the, how do they do that? I always forget this freaking last name. Spring NVC Ajax, no reply. Got it. Ajax response button. What is that? Spring MVC controller, no reply. Damn it. I want, what's return? Spring MVC controller method doesn't return a value. Okay, here we go. Not void. Response entity, that's what it is. Damn it. I can never remember that thing. Response entity. Void. A post mapping. Is it a post mapping? I guess. I guess it doesn't really matter if it's a post or not, because all the data that I need is in the other thing. And actually, now I'm thinking about it, I should reverse the order of the resend email verification and the save button. Because it's got to be clear to them that they have to hit save first before resending the verification, or else they'll just resend it to their old address. And actually, I could make it so that the button doesn't even show up if you're already verified. I probably should do that. I should probably hide it if you're not, and only show it if you're not verified, which would be an even better way of doing it, because then they don't see it. And I guess I could even put it inside the info box. Or better yet, put it at the very top of the form. Yeah. Yeah, that would probably be good. Put it right at the very top. So then this would really actually only have to be a get map. Mapping, resend. maybe? Yeah. Yeah, it could probably all it really needs. And then this one has to do, I gotta look at the registration controller. I forget how I did this. Okay, verification token. And then send patient email. Okay. Option E. Logger error. Unable to resend verification email. And I guess it would do response entity or response is new response entity. Well, I guess we'll do that for now. And say response was new response entity HTTP status code status maybe that's 400 bad requests. I think it'd be more like 500 internal server error. Yeah, that worked. Otherwise, well, we just return a response. And then email service, email verification service. I have to, okay, yeah, I have to look up their email. Based on the ID, but that's fine. I can do user details equals user details DO.find by ID, get user ID from the request, and then we'd say, actually, bring user ID, get your, I'm going to use it a couple times here, user ID, create new verification token that takes user ID, I think. User ID, and then this would be user details that get email, user details that get display name, token, request server name, server port. I need private email service. Service. private email verification service. In service. That also is auto-wired. So that's wired up. If unable to send, we'll have to say response is new response entity. HTTP status. I'm gonna say bad request. 400 bad request on that one. It means I couldn't find the user, essentially. And otherwise, we're able to send it. Response entity, HTTP status, okay. Everything works well then. And I think this will be one of those kind of, there's nothing a user can do if it fails. So I think it's going to kind of fail silently. Maybe. Or I guess I could, well, I mean, I could, in the Ajax, I could say, like, if there's an error, you know, show a particular error field or something. Although I don't have any JavaScript to actually show, actually paste in errors and warnings. That might be something, that'll be something worth doing at some point. I think right now just having it linked in or having it plumbing in place will be enough right now. So resend. Ban request. We have that. Okay. Both those things are required. We do the updates. Like I should put the validate inside the try, probably. And the rest I can leave out of it. Okay. Hey, Saint and Lord. Welcome, welcome. I'm doing well. How are you doing today on this glorious weekend day? Good morning, evening, whatever it is. Yeah, it's what, 7:30 my time right now. You're good. Just got out of bed. Oh, cool. Cool. Awesome. I'm glad you're good. Glad you're good. So if I ever needed more reinforcements, that I need to do more software streams, I'm up to 56 followers. Excuse me. So at this rate, like, I don't know, 3 more streams of just coding, I'll probably hit 75. It's crazy, man. It's really crazy. I want to do more. I want to do more coding streams. I don't want to burn out either. I'm trying to like balance the two. So we'll see. I'm really debating whether maybe I want to do like Monday as an additional coding stream. So we'll see. We shall see. Affiliate for our Code Monkey. Let's go. Yeah, I know, right? I know, man. People seem to like it. Seem to like the chill. They like the chill stream, and I'm cool with that. Because that's about all I can muster is a chill stream. That's about all I can do anymore is a chill stream. That'd be kind of cool. Yeah, no, I mean, it's pretty consistent. Streams highlight skills that could be used in other places. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Now, I mean, I'm happy that I can do something that I like and others are cool with just watching it, you know? And chiming in too. I get more chat interaction too on these streams, which is awesome. I like looking at some tech things too. You know, we were looking at Linux earlier, some Linux variants and things. You know, I like it all around. It was always one of those things where I see all these people. I see, you know, people doing art. I see people doing music. And this was the thing even on Twitch. Like, I see people doing art, I see people doing music. And I was always a little bit, I gotta admit, a little bit jealous because I don't have those skills. And I always thought, you know, it was so much nicer to watch somebody do art or music because there's more, like, you don't have to have any kind of basic knowledge of what's going on. You can just kind of sit there and enjoy the creation of things. Even like, you know, if you're like a sculptor or, you know, something like that, 3D model or something, you can just kind of enjoy. You don't have to know necessarily much about it. You can just kind of enjoy the creation process. And I always thought like the coding stuff was a hard sell because you kind of have to know at least a little bit in order to follow along what's happening. Even though I try to explain as much as I can what I'm doing, it's still, there's a gap there. There's a barrier there that you kind of have to climb over. A little chest high wall, you know, that most games don't let you climb. You know what I mean? And I wasn't sure it would be interesting for people, but I was wrong. I was wrong, and I'm very happy that I was wrong about it. I would have been doing this stuff so much sooner back on Twitch and everything if I had thought it would have any kind of eyeballs on it. But yeah, no, this is cool stuff, man. Cool stuff. I am happy. And hopefully others are as well. It helps too that I think I finally found a station that's like really good. This lo-fi station on Pretzel seems to be pretty chill. I'm liking it. Finally found some kind of station. You know? Hey, I'm enjoying it. Hey, you know, cool. I mean, that's awesome. That's awesome. How good would it be if Eddie came in and offered me a job within Kick? Yeah, no, that'd be funny. That would be pretty funny. I wouldn't. I'm not looking for a job. I enjoy my day job, but it would still be funny nonetheless, and flattering too. I mean, if they knew what was good for them, they would highlight a lot more of the. They would highlight other coding streams too, because I think that's the one thing lacking on the platform right now is the other creatives, you know. Because like I looked at Twitch, for instance, when I was doing coding streams there, and there's a lot, surprisingly a lot of things under the coding streams category. The viewers are spread out quite a bit. You know, it has the same problem that any other category has. Like there's 5 channels that have all the viewers, and then everything drops off from there. But it would be nice if we had a streaming service that kind of emphasized some of that stuff too, you know. I see one weakness is that they're not pushing the art and creative stuff that they should. Yeah, I think they would do well to push some of that stuff, you know. I think there would be more. I think there's more of an audience there than I think most people realize, you know. It's a hard one too, like, because you want to. I think the hard sell about the art category and creative categories is that you want to be able to push everything equally, but some things can be problematic on their own, like the music category, for instance. You want people to come over and make their own music and stuff like that, but you also run into a lot of the, you know, DMCA stuff, just because, you know, not because anyone's actually violating DMCA, but because a lot of things can sound similar, you know. I mean, even on Twitch, you've had like the actual artists of pieces performing their pieces and getting DMCA'd by their own label. You know what I mean? Because it's kind of crazy over there. And so it's hard because you want everything to be equally important, but at the same time, you know, you got a lot of different laws to kind of deal with along the way. So I don't know how and then of course you've got, you know, in the art world, I mean, you've got, let's just say, the concept of not safe for work things over there too. You kind of have to deal with as well. So it's kind of it's a plus and a minus, right? You want to push all the creative stuff, but at the same time, as you're pushing it, you know you're going to bring in some of the people waiting in the wings, shall we say? You know. So I don't know. It would be nice though. It would be nice for them to just kind of say, hey, you know, because I mean, one of the big things that people keep complaining about is that the big people the big streamers on Kick are less than desirable people. Let's just say. And it's like, you know, you could also kind of push some of the more desirable people, some of the, you know, people who aren't out to be edgy or acerbic, or, you know, trying to push whatever they can push, you know, purposely violating, you know, copyrights and stuff like that because they feel like they're untouchable kind of thing, you know? But it's the React crowd, you know? It's the everyone's got the problem with being like a React streamer and stuff is at some point you have to keep pushing that envelope. You know, it's the same thing with like the YouTube prank channels and stuff like that. It's like it gets old very quickly if you're not constantly pushing the envelope even further and further and further until you finally get into some serious trouble, you know? And you cross a line that shouldn't be crossed. And I guess to a certain extent I kind of feel a little bit bad for them because they're kind of trapped in this cycle that's ultimately going to get them booted from the very thing that's made them popular. But then I also don't. You know, it's kind of they've made their own beds, you know? Some more agua here. Fortunately, most of the artists stay on Picard. Yeah, the ones I was talking about. Yeah. All right. Let's see. I got that going. I think we're ready to give this another test. Although I don't have any of the Ajax in place to do this. I guess I could do that right now. User settings. Yeah, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to move this button up to the top here. I'm going to actually move it out of that form because it doesn't have really anything to do with that form. Oh. And I'll have to do some JavaScript for that. So let's see here. If I do that there. If I do what do we got? User settings, HTML. Where would I have to? Can I put this on user settings HTML? I think so. Yeah, because this is not coming in as part of a modal. This is coming in as a normal thing, so I should be able to put it on here. So let's get the JavaScript web app AS. I'm just going to do go folder, do settings. Well, it's settings or user settings. Settings. That's new folder. Settings. And we'll say new file user settings JS. And documents ready. Here, we'll hook onto that button down here for a second so I can see what I'm doing here. We'll do ID as resend button. Say resend button. That click. And we'll do get the URL. I'll pull the URL off of here. So I'll say
what this means is if you take your time and plan things out and make
page
sure that
data
to perform that job
URL
as flawlessly as you can, you're going to have a much better result.
equals at settings resend. What did I call it? Resend. Settings resend. There. We'll say this data URL. Done. Doesn't do anything. I guess
The worst thing
not to
you
do
can
anything
is
with
rush through
done.
something and then take 3
I'll just
times
do
as
a
long as you need to
console
because you have
log
to
for right
troubleshoot all
now.
these weird issues. And what's even worse than that is you end up with lingering doubts as to
email.
whether your workmanship is good.
Verification reset.
So don't be that person. Take your time and really enjoy the process as much as you can, and try to
Fail.
make the product as perfect as you can. Then you'll be able to rely on this thing for
Console
years to come.
log. Failed to resend verification. There we go. Hey, Conved, Conved, welcome. I see you found you found the 7 TV emotes. Awesome, awesome, and welcome, welcome. Let's see. What I got here? So I'm resending verification. That goes there. That goes there. And what do I have? URL done. Okay, cool. Cool. I want to let's see. One second. Here. Okay. A little bit better. I'm trying to use the room temperature water to try to like get the tooth to quiet down. Seems to help a little bit. Oh, okay. That's a little bit better. Okay, so I got the user settings here, and then I just need to throw the script onto the page. Script type next JavaScript th source equal at AS settings users settings JS, and then check DM off screen. Okay. Okay, I will. 1 second. Hide that second. Gotcha. Thank you for that, Lord. I'll keep an eye on it. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. I will keep an eye on it and see what happens. Let's see. I'm bringing in that. And what else we got? Anything else going on? All right, so I'm bringing in the JavaScript and all this stuff. I have the resend button wired up. Calling the endpoint. I think I'm good. Give this puppy a test. Go clean and build. And I'll clean this guy up. And there's no problems here, right? All right, good. Start. All right, good. Roll on over and just log in here. And log in. Then we go to settings. Email address not yet verified. Is that true for user 2? I think it is true for user 2. It's details. Yep, not verified. Good. So, although I did forget to put this to only show up then. But, that's fine. So that message is coming up and it's not bad. I guess I could put a little bit of padding there. But otherwise, that's not a bad place for it. Let's change our display name to best user to change without changing the email. Save. Oh, we got an error. Where's Sublime Tech? I should have a link to that on there. What's our error? Here's the stack trace here. Syntax error at or near from. State from. Oh. Duh. User. There's no from in the update detail. Same with this one. I was on a from kick, I guess. All right, stop that. I mean, this is the first time using those, so that's good. We're finding that. Project clean. Cool. And this out there. Like so, and start. All right. Log in. Settings. And change. There we go. That changed. Let's go back here and make sure. It still says test user 2. Did change it. Oh, the display name is, yeah, in the user details thing that didn't get updated in the session. That's right, I need to set those into the session. Okay, that's fine. It is working now. Let's try resending the email validation. And did that work? Failed to resend 500. Oh, I forgot to put the wait, inline style. Refuse to apply inline style because it violates. I think that meant I did forget to put the nonce on there, didn't I? Pretty sure. What was the error here? Model view is null. Oh, CSP header interceptor. Model view is null. Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay, I know what happened there. On Ajax calls, the model in view, there is no, or on this particular call, there is no model in view. So it didn't know what to do. If model in view not equal null. And model view get model. Not equal null. And then do that. Otherwise, okay, so now I just have to set it. Well, no, I don't need it on there. So this is fine. That's fine. I don't need it on there. I have it on the page itself. I just forgot to put it on the page itself. Settings. On here, it's gotta be nonce equals $sign nonce. Right. Although it still executed the JavaScript, which was interesting. It did complain about it, but then it still tried to execute it, or at least it seemed like it tried to. And it failed. It failed in the PHP header interceptor, which makes sense because I'm not returning a view anymore. I'm just returning raw dog data, or in this case, nothing. So it couldn't set that properly. I'm actually glad I found that this early. This is good. I mean, the fact that I'm finding these little flaws this early on in development is a really good thing, because it means that the patterns that I'm establishing are diverse enough that I'm running into issues that would have been a real pain later on. But I'm solving them now when it's early, and there's not that much to confubble about. And yes, I just made that word up. I don't know what it means. It just sounded good. Hey, TKF's old lady, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Good. So, we'll start. All right. I hope to get this working right now so we can see it, because come hell or high water, 8:30, I'm going to have to stop because I need food, and I also need to medicate a little bit more. Actually, oh crap, I do need to take this one right now. I gotta take 3 times a day. I gotta take the antibiotic 3 times a day. I take this right now. I'm gonna turn off the camera for a second so you don't see me taking pills here, in case that triggers anybody. Hang on 1 second here. Oh, okay, very good. That is down. That's a big one too. That's a big one. All right, that should be fine. I'm gonna take it 3 times a day. I've been trying to even it out, but that's all right. I'll take another one. I probably won't be going to bed until like 2 a.m. anyway, so take one then. That'll be even Stevens. Hey, Tariq. Sorry. Hey, Tariq. Your name is always going to get me. Hello, Tariq. How it's going well. How are you doing? Every time. I told you every time I'm going to mess that one up. It's going well, friendo. How you doing? All right. So this is start it again. Go here. Let us log in. Good morning, Saint Lady. Good morning, good morning. How are you today? All right. So resend verification email or validation email. Resent. Cool. Refuse to reply inline style. I wonder why I'm getting this. What inline style is it having a problem with? That's my question right now. It did the... Yeah, put the nuts on there, right? Go. Okay, so that sent that. So then, theoretically, I go to the Greenmail GUI. I should see an email here. I do. Testuser2 at test.com. Verify your email address by using this link. Grab this. Copy. And paste that in here. Boom. And I was already logged in. Oh, an error occurred while processing your request. Oh, why is that saying nuts? That shouldn't be not what I called it. I didn't call it that, did I? Where's the... No, wait a minute. Oh, it's not even going to the right endpoint. Should be an endpoint there. Got swallowed up somehow. Where's my, what was it? Login controller? No, not login controller. User off? No, email verification control. Oh, it's just slash email slash verify. So, yeah, email verify token. So what the hell happened there? Email verify token. Error occurred. Oh, it redirected me back to here with the nuns in it. Okay. Not what I was looking for. What was the error though? Just invalid. See here. Oh, syntax error. Unable to verify email token. So the user ID didn't make it in there? Is what I'm gathering, because it's saying there's a syntax error at or near colon. So So user ID didn't make it there. Email account star from email verification. Verification service. Well, it helps to actually pass the user ID in, doesn't it? And the token. That would be useful. That would be useful to actually pass those in there. Yeah, that works a lot better when you actually give it the parameters. Did I test this once before? I guess I must have made those changes without, and then never tested it or something. Or maybe I switched it over to query for object because it's account star. Maybe I did that and then that's what threw it off. I don't know. One way or the other, that never would have worked. Let's try that again. Well, this time with feeling. At least the basic update is working. We got that going. And the resend button is attempting a resend successfully. Just other problems have cropped up. That's good. You guys have been freezing? Oof. Yeah. I'll tell you what, it's been the last week or so I've been freezing, but it's been good. Because having the AC finally repaired has just been fantastic. Given all the heat that we've had. Okay, so that's there. Come back in here. We log in. User 2. Log in here. And then settings. Weather in Florida was above 38°C without the humidity. Add that, we were pushing 40. Yeah. Yeah, that's a rough one. It's really the humidity that kills everything. Then again, I mean, what was it? California's Death Valley hit a new record, 130 degrees Fahrenheit. So, what is 130 degrees F and 54.44, 4.45 degrees Celsius. Yep. For those who need freedom type conversions. 38°C is 100 F. Yep. 105. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, Death Valley in California, I think, hit a new record at 130. If I'm not mistaken. So, 'tis a lot. 'Tis a lot. Back here, resend. Yeah, validation sent. Go email GUI. Check our inbox. Yes, this URL is correct. That's good. Control C. Control V. Enter. Boom. Email could not be verified. Email could not be verified. Why is that? You found email verify. From email verification, blah 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 blah. I guess it didn't find a hit. Didn't find a hit at all when it did the count. Okay. Well, so email verification has a bug in it, but otherwise the thing is working. Let me go put that on my projects list here. So add item, email verification is not working. That on the bug list. I'll take a look at that. But otherwise, other parts of it are working. I could change the email, but I think I want to test. I wanted to get that validate it first, and then change it and make sure that it went back to email address not verified. So I'm not going to test that right now, but we did test the changing of the display name. I do need to make the display name update in the principal. So update the principal object with the new user details whenever you're changing your user details. I'll have to do that. And then we have two more pages we have to do. We have to bring in the two-factor auth update and the change password page. The change password page is going to be interesting because I need to re-challenge the user and make sure they can log in, make them log in again before they can change that. And the same thing with the two-factor auth. I want them to have to log in again before they can change that stuff. I guess technically changing your email, you should probably have to re-log in again, but I think that's not going to be as big a problem. The other thing I wanted to do as well is whenever you log in, I wanted it to send an email saying, hey, you've logged in. Make sure this is you. And then that would lead us into also the GeoIP stuff. And I think I could do the basics of that. Oh, you know what? One more thing too with the login, which I can test right now, is we weren't updating the last attempt at login stuff. So I want to make sure that I'm updating that. So login controller. Come in here and then we do login. We do login check. So that should be in user or hex authentication provider, right? Yeah. So I want to do, the user doesn't exist, I can't update anything, but they have bad credentials. We do authentication get detail. User by username. But at this point, I should say if user is not null, user not equal null, then update the attempted logins. I think there's two things. Why is this track so much louder than all the other tracks? Holy crap. It's actually louder. It's actually super loud in the waveform. What am I looking for? I'm looking for user details. No, identities. Failed attempts and that's attempted login. I want to be able to update both of those. So where are we at here? Off DAO. What do I have? User by username. Check username exists. Create user initial. Alright, so public boolean update failed attempts. Bring username. So here I do strings equals. Well, thank you for the follow, Ryan K. Hawkins. I appreciate it. How are you doing today? If you mind. You don't have to say anything if you don't want to. Hello. Yeah. Thank you. How are you doing today? That's good. I'm glad. Oh, my camera is frozen again. Let me fix that. Damn you, Elgato! There it is. Alright, it's unfrozen. You know, I even did the fix that they said on their website to do for the frozen camera, and it's not working. They have an actual thing that's like, download our cam software and change this one setting and see if it fixes it. And it doesn't fix it. I changed it, and it doesn't work. Although I think there is a firmware update, but I can't get the firmware update to work because I'm using a USB server. And so every time it tries to go to update the firmware, it knocks it off the USB server and then it loses connection. So it's like, I don't have a USB 3.0 connector on the computer, so I gotta get it on the other computer, do USB 3.0 and update it there and then transfer it back over. It's a pain in the butt. It's a pain in the butt, but it looks like I'm gonna have to do it because I'd rather it not freeze on me all the time. Anyway, so I want to update the fail type. So I want to say update identities set. I guess. I guess it should say Boolean increment or Boolean reset. So we have to do increment equal update identity set. What did I call it? Failed attempts. Failed attempts equal to failed attempts plus 1. Where username equals question mark. Okay. And then also string reset equals update entities that failed attempts equals to 0. Where username blah. Alright, so if resets return ADBC templates dot query for object. No. ADBC template dot update. This is not gonna work. Int rows. Nope, that's not gonna work. Rows equals that. Int rows 0. Updates. Reset SQL and username. There. Else rows equals BC templates dot update increment SQL username and return rows 1. Right, it's completed. And then there is and then this is update. So let's do a transactional on that. Rolls back properly. Public boolean update. Last. Guess I should make that a separate call. Yeah. Update last attempt date. Username. And this will just be a straight string SQL update identities set. What did I call the column? Last attempt at login. Login equal to now. Where username is blah. I should actually update it up here too. Just do a 2-for-1 banger here. So failed attempts, last attempted login equals now, and last attempted login now. And do rows equals abc, oops, abc template, update equal username, return rows equals 1, transactional. All right, so I got those in there now, and then when I come over here and I authenticate, so user details. So user does not exist. Where I can't do anything with that. Well, actually, if the user doesn't exist, we're just throwing errors, so we won't even get down here, so I don't have to check for user null. Bad credentials, so details is null. We get bad credentials. We should never actually get into this throw here, but if we do, if we do, bad credentials, yeah, if we do get in here, we still stay auth.dao dot update failed attempts for user to get username, and this was false. They'll update both for me, and then down here do auth.dao update failed attempts, user get username, and this is false. And then otherwise, here's my problem. We then call authenticate. So I need to call super authenticate, but then I need to see if it succeeds. So we'll have to say authentication equals that. That's not gonna work. Authentication check. If check use authenticated. So if, so we'll say if not check is authenticated, then auth DAO update failed attempts. User get username and false there. I'm gonna have to have an additional thing where, like right now, I'm just logging the failed attempts, the number of failed attempts. But at some point, I'm gonna have to have a thing that says after you hit like 4 or 5 failed attempts, it like locks your account or something. So we'll have to expand this a little bit later, but right now I just want it at least tracking them. So we can update that. I don't need to throw bad credentials, I don't think. Don't think I need to. See. Else off DAO update. So this is if you succeeded. So update failed attempts. User get username, and this would be true as to reset the failed attempts. I don't have to do anything else. I don't need the other method that I wrote because this does both right now. The other method's still good to have in case I need it for something. So I'm going to put here successful authentication. So do I know I'm doing that, and then return check. All right. Okay, I have that. Let's pilot and restart the server and make sure that that is working. Hopefully it is working. Boom, boom, boom. Doom, doom. Oh no, is the JavaScript TypeScript language server misbehaving again? Misbehaving again. I don't know what's going on with that. I don't think that republished either. What going on? Being rebuild. Give that in a minute. See if it wants to get out of whatever loop it's in here. Might even just turn that off, because I don't have anything that, I mean, it'd be nice, I don't know, it's nice to have this server running, the syntax errors, but not if it's going to keep failing like this. Or not failing, just getting stuck. That's weird. It's getting it gets into some kind of weird loop, it seems like. Let me refresh. Project there. Clean build. No, it's giving me issues here. Trying to initialize. All right, let's fill that. We'll restart Eclipse here and see if it cleans itself up. This is the latest Eclipse too, so of course they fixed a lot of things and then they broke something else, as they tend to do. All right. Root language server. Okay, project clean. Clean build. Yeah, see, that ton build went through fine. It's weird. It's weird. I try to understand it, but it is not understandable. Alright, and let's start the server. And we'll log in and see if this this updates. Alright, good. Come back here. This is all working. Alright, log in. We'll do user 2 and we'll put the wrong password. And log in. Which I know this is broken, but I will fix it. But I want to just see if that updated the failed attempts and stuff here. It did not. That's a bit annoying. Well, I wonder if it's throwing the bad credentials when I go here. It does throw authentication exception, bad credentials. User in cache, retrieve user, no authentication check. Well, it has the capability to throw back credentials exception, so I'm going to capture that here. What should I try? Fetch, add credentials exception E. CAO update failed attempts. User get username true there, and throw E. check there. There we go. That's good. I think that's good. Hey, it's Nico Silverado. Well, coming on in with some with 6 viewers. Welcome everybody. Welcome. How you doing, Nico? How was your stream? How was your stream today? Hopefully it was good. And welcome everybody. I'm doing some coding right now. Welcome everyone. Welcome on in. Welcome everybody. Yeah, I'm doing some coding. I do not only some programming streams on Friday nights and Saturday afternoons, but I do some game streams Tuesday, Wednesdays, and Thursday nights. Pretty late at night, Eastern time. And I might be adding an additional coding stream soonish, because it seems to be pretty popular. And yeah, so I do multiple things. Right now I am, for funsies, coding a streaming service similar to Twitch and or Kick. It's open source. You can see all my code out on GitHub. And just doing it for fun right now. I'm very early stages, nothing much to show for it. But I just kind of enjoy doing some stuff. So that is what's going on. Hey there, Nico. Streams are well for me. I hope you're doing well too. What are we up to today? Anything crazy? Anything crazy up to today? Loving a day? Awesome. Yeah, it's been a pretty good day. It's been a pretty good day all around. Right now I'm trying to... It's a casual Saturday. Oh, cool. Yeah, I'm trying to capture bad logins. How many failed attempts there have been at logins here? Let's get this back up here. You can see I've got my homepage of just test stuff mostly, but we got a login. The user 2. I'll give it a bad password. Log in here. Did that update the database? It did not. Why did it not update the database? Is there a stack trace or something here? Looks like I'm gonna have to debug this. I'm gonna have to get my debugger on. Throw a breakpoint here. And I haven't watched much coding in your days, but love how things look. Yeah, no, it's I haven't done much. I just really started doing coding streams, you know, not too long ago, honestly. It's just been, I didn't think anybody would be interested in it, and I was wrong. And I'm glad that I was wrong. Because it's something that I really enjoy. It's just something that I can't do every single day because I work as a coder. I'm a software developer in my day job. And so doing that for the day job and then coming home and then doing it at nighttime again, it gets a little bit much after a while. So that's why I do the game streams, just to kind of have a different outlet for things. But yeah, and I'm trying not to like overdo it and burn out. Because I've experienced that once before in my career, and I don't ever want to experience it again. You never quite ever fully recover from a burnout from what I've seen. So that's where I'm at with all that. You feel that? Yeah. Yeah, it's I worked at a company that had very bad work-life balance, and worked there for 3 years, which was far greater than most people work there. A lot of people didn't make it that far. They made it 6 months and said, "The hell with this, I'm out." So they had a revolving door on the front of the building, as I like to call it. So they were constantly in a brain drain situation. But there were a few of us that stuck it out, and they were good people. The people I worked with were great. It was just the management was terrible. And what's funny too, I didn't randomly on Twitter, I see a tweet go out about Michael Rubin, who is the CEO of FanDuel, I believe. And I was like, wait a minute, is that the guy I worked for all those years ago? Yep, it is. Look them up. He was on Twitter because he threw a huge party and had all kinds of A-list celebrities and stuff. And that was the dude I worked for the company that had really bad work-life stuff. I literally, that was the company I had to leave because I burned out. So yeah. I hope you're doing good, but I wanted to know your thoughts on a lot of indie game developers using the Godot game engine over Unity for 2D games and some 3D games. Is it because Godot is more beginner friendly? So my understanding is that Godot is fantastic for 2D games because the tool set is really, really, really good. There was a screenshot today that was out on Twitter where someone was showing that the Godot engine, when you do 2D tile-based stuff, it's got its own tile editor, and you can see the tile editor, and you can just kind of drag and drop and get everything in there. So a lot of people do it for 2D games because it is just, the editor is just fantastic. For 3D, it could use some work from what I understand. But for 2D stuff, it's just got, the tools are just top notch. And that's why people like to use that over Unity 2D. Also, Unity, as of late, has been having some issues, quality-wise and all that stuff, with their latest updates. So, a lot of people have been looking at alternatives. But from what I understand, the Godot engine is just fantastic when it comes to 2D stuff. And yeah, it is a little bit easier to work with as if you're a beginner, from what I understand. The language is similar to a Python. From what I understand, it's some kind of variant. The GD script is a variant of Python. So it's a lot easier to kind of jump into as well. Hey, Speedy, welcome. Yeah, just overall, from what I understand, I don't do any game programming, but from what I understand from what I've read online, it's a really good engine to get into for 2D stuff if you're starting out, So yeah. That's my thoughts on Godot. Unity, I don't have too many thoughts on. I've only dipped my toe into Unity a little bit, and I've seen people like Quill18 on Twitch He uses Unity a lot for when he does. He'll participate in like the what is that competition? It's escaping me at the moment. The 48-hour coding competition, Ludum Dare. He'll do stuff in Unity in 2D there, and it seems to work fine. But you just kind of have to learn the tool, as it's a little bit harder to learn the tool. Yeah. The only thing bad about Godot right now is it doesn't support consoles. The only way to port it is one of the founders co-own. Yeah, I'm not sure how well it does on its ports and stuff with Godot. So I can see that being a big issue, like not being portable across. Like with Unity, you've got mobile. You can cross-compile to mobile. You can cross-compile to consoles. Same thing with Unreal Engine. I think it's got a mobile piece to it, and it's got console pieces to it, definitely, to do all the cross-compilation for you. So Godot is probably a little bit behind in all that. I think, from what I understand, it does pretty good with like PC-related stuff, like Linux versus Windows. I think it's pretty good with that, and also with the. I think it's supported in Proton for like the Steam Deck and stuff like that. But yeah, as far as like the consoles and stuff, I don't know. I don't know if anybody's even used it on consoles, to be honest with you. Unless it's been through much hardship, you know? Oh, this damn webcam. I swear to God. I did what they said. I did the change that they said to make to get the webcam to work, and it doesn't. Still freezes. So I'm gonna have to take it out back and introduce it to a hammer, I think. Some percussive maintenance and see how that works better. Anyway, webcam's back. Thank you for that speed. I appreciate it. So this is not. So okay, I have that. So let's do a clean deploy again. And let's run it in debug and find out why this does not want to return. Perhaps it is returning, but it's not what I'm looking for. I don't need. Run forward on that. And run forward on that. Excellente. Let's see what we got here. If I go back to the home page, I log in, I say user 2, wrong password, log in. Where are we at here? I have that random breakpoint. Okay. Is it not hitting my authenticate? How was that? Wait a second. Didn't even hit this? That doesn't seem right. Let me put a breakpoint there. What is happening? The laws of physics, they have been broken. Alright, so we're here. So where are we bowing out at? User by username. details. True, not. Wait, what the hell? Oh, here we go. Oh, it's throwing an authentication exception, which I am not catching. Right. Of course, it would be throwing something else I'm not catching. All right, so bad credentials. Let's try authentication exception as well. Which I guess is a superset of... Yeah, okay. It's a superset of bad credentials. And then rethrow it. Alright, that is the problem. That is the problem. Let's go and stop the server and recompile. There we go. And clean, deploy. Clean the work directory. Start her up. Let's see what we got going. And mess up here. Login. User 2. Wrong password. Login. This is wrong, but that's fine. Let's see what happened in the database. Well, we got a last attempt at login, which is good. Our failed attempts did not increment, though. But we got a last attempt at login, which means I called the method. But it did not successfully increment. Because the only thing I'm calling is update failed attempt. All right. Although on success I am calling it with true. But I'm thinking it threw an error again and did this. Oh crap. I copy pasted wrong. That's what I did. I copy pasted nothink and I got punished for it. I cleared it out. So it is working, it looks like. Let's go make sure. It just I accidentally told it to clear the failed attempts instead of increment them. Alright, so got that. Got this. And we start her up again. And give it a minute. There we go. Back to the home page. We'll log in. User 2, bad password, log in, and then check the database. There we go. Failed attempts 1. Last attempt at login, 9:06 p.m. All right. So that was a failed login. So now, if I try to log in again, but this time, I give it the correct password. I log in. I'm successfully logged in here. I've got my avatar, and I do this query again. Failed attempts is 0. Last attempt at login 9:07:07. That is being updated. That's good. Just for funsies, let's log out, log back in, do user2 again with the correct password, log in, check the database, and still at 0, and now 907.38. Cool, so that is being updated correctly now. Fantastic. And at some point, like I said, at some point I'm gonna have to put logic in to say, like, if you fail to log in 4 times or whatever, it locks your account or something like that. But right now I'm happy that it's at least tracking the failed attempts. It's little baby steps is what we're doing. So that's good. So we have that. We have the settings page, the beginnings of a settings page going. I have to figure out what's going on with the verification, email verification, because it is sending the validation email, but it is not validating properly. On the actual URL is not validating properly, so I'll have to fix that. And then the next thing we have to tackle is when you go to change your password or when you go to change your 2-factor auth, not only do I have to present a page to allow you to change them, but I have to ask you to re-log in again to make sure you are you and you're not spoofing an account, which is the big problem that YouTube has nowadays, where if someone gets a hold of your cookie, they can just log in as you without ever knowing your username or password, and they can mess up all the things in your channel. So what I've done is, if that happens here, if they try to come in and change your password or change your 2-factor auth or something like that, it'll ask them to log in again, regardless of whether or not the Remember Me is turned on. The Remember Me cookie is there, and that way it should at least protect some of your stuff. It won't protect everything. They can change your display name and things like that, but that should be relatively easy to reset, hopefully. So see how that goes. So the other thing too, we can test real fast. If I log out here and I try to go to settings, it should tell me to log in, and it does. It presents a login page. So if I log in as user2, it should then drop me on the settings page, hopefully. Yep, it does. Drops me right onto the settings page as user2. Boom. That is good. Oh, that's the thing I forgot, is being able to update your avatar. Oh, well, I still have to add the logic to update your avatar, but I can do that now. I can add that on this page later. I do want to get the verification stuff working at some point, but we'll work on that. And then you can go back to the home page, which is just testing error messages and info messages and all that stuff, and being able to send a test email, which I can do. And then I can go look at I have a separate GUI set up. So the test email goes to a test email server that I have running. So I don't have to actually send real email out. I can just test it immediately. You can see, here's my inbox. Go there, and there's the test email I sent. And it came from automated email and the subject and all that stuff. So good things. Good things are working here. Everything is good so far. So we're doing good things. I think I'm pretty sure the tests won't be broken. I don't think I've done anything to break the tests, but I'm gonna commit in the blind without checking the test, because that is what I do. Although, is there any check style violations? Does not look like it, but I'm sure it'll complain about something, probably. You know what? Maybe I should run at least check style check. Let's run a Maven verify. Let's see if check style comes back with anything. I should at least be a good citizen. And spell check Build success. All right, everything checked out. Awesome. All right, let's go commit our stuff out to the public repository. Holy crap, I've changed a lot of things. Let's see if we can summarize everything that I've done. 21 files changed. Let's see. So first of all, fixed some wrong equal updates in authentication. DAO. Updated login to properly track last attempted login and failed login attempts. Email verification is broken. Need to take a look at it. Let's see. Oh, webcam crashed again. Let's see. Properties. Activates. Seems like after like 6 hours, like the first 6 hours it's fine, and then after that it's, or first 4 hours it's fine, and after that it starts to randomly start crashing more. It's weird. Love that glitch to PNG streaming. Oh no. Email verification is broken. You take a look at it. Fixed bug in CSP header interceptor, where Ajax, where calls that don't bring back a model view were failing. And what else we got? Basic settings. Basic settings model, hex authentication, email, verification, login. So then moved most user detail validations to a common util. Validation util for reuse. Beginnings of a user settings page with the home page with the settings home page wired up, and navigation. Oh yeah. Introduced password complexity checking. When creating an account. Alright, good. I think that's about it. Push that out there. Good. Look, it went out. Let's see it out in action here. And do that. And there we go. It's pushed out there now. The CI is running. Should hopefully pass in a second or two here. Let's go close this out. And we can close out our database. stuff, and that will pretty much do it for me for today, my friends. There it is. It came back with a green check mark. We're good. Awesome. Yeah, that'll pretty much do it for me for today and for my streaming week. I am off tomorrow and most likely Monday as well. I think if I make a change to the schedule, it won't be this week coming. It'll be maybe the week after. So definitely off tomorrow and Monday. Get some YouTube stuff squared away as well while I'm doing that. Hopefully, maybe get some things out there. And then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, I will be back with some Dragon Quest XI. Continuing to play that a bit. I'm going to do a little bit of grinding off camera. Nothing too crazy. No additional story stuff, hopefully. And I'm enjoying the heck out of the story there. So I'm chomping at the bit to get back at that. And then next Friday night, I'll be doing some more coding. And then next Saturday, I believe, it's either next Saturday or next Sunday. I can't remember. I don't know if this is the weekend that I have something on Saturday or not. I'll have to look. But either next Saturday afternoon or next Sunday afternoon, I'll be doing some coding. I'll be back here all day doing some more coding. And perhaps there will be a Monday coming in as well for some coding. We'll see. But not this Monday, definitely. And that's that. That's that, my friends. Thank you, everyone, so much for coming in and joining. Thank you again to Nico for the raid. Let's do a shout out. Nico Silverado. Hope I did that right. Thank you for that. Thank you to all the new people who have followed. I mean, I've hit 57 followers, which is insane. I was only at like 40 last week. So you guys seem to really like and really enjoy the coding stuff. I will try my best to introduce at least one more coding stream a week, and we'll see how it goes. Again, I just need to make sure I don't overdo it, because I have been known to overdo it. So that is where we're at there. If you're ever curious, I do also multi-stream both to Kick and to YouTube. The YouTube channel has all the VODs. If you want to, I have a whole playlist out there for all the things related to the streaming coding of the streaming site. I'll also have another playlist that has all of my coding streams, even the ones when I was doing Flemish stuff. So you can go out there and take a look at that if you want to. So you can see that on the memoryleakdeath.tv/VODs there, if you want to take a look at that. Yeah, I think that is good for me. Let's see if anybody is out there right now. What is Geister up to? I believe it just says games. I believe he's playing, I want to say it's, maybe Destiny. I'm not entirely sure, but, we'll see. Here, I'm going to send you guys over to Geister. And those of you at least on Kick. I want to thank you all for watching. I hope everyone has an excellent morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on what it is for you. I hope to see you back here again in the future for some more stuff, whatever happens to suit your fancy. Until then, see you, bye.
This is the way. This is the way.